Record. And we need to finish up license law and commission rule. So we're still in the back of the book there, starting on page 707. I did get a question yesterday in the chat. I do want to address just a few things before we pick back up where we left off. We mentioned that what's in your book for license law and commission rule may not be current. And I know it's not, because we saw where it said you have 3 years as a provisional broker to drop your post, to take post licensing, but they've changed that since then. So what is the new rule? How long, once you guys tell me in the chat, how long do you have once you're licensed to finish your post licensing? How long do you have once you're licensed to finish your post licensing? Yep. So it's not gonna be hard to find old literature that says 3 years. What we need to know is they updated that rule a few years ago and now it's 18 months. So is everybody good with that? So then the question comes in, okay, if the book isn't current, then what is, where is? That's where we have in Learn, Test, Pass in the welcome section, we have the North Carolina Law and Rule Book. And this is the same thing as Appendix A, but this is the most current. So we've given you the most current, but we're working out of the book because I know we like page numbers and we like to follow along. Is this making sense to everybody? I know this is terribly confusing. This book updates regularly. Honestly, I'm surprised the latest version is March of this year. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have an update again soon. So again, just keep that in the back of your mind. Guys, seriously, once you get licensed, you're responsible for always being aware of the current laws and rules. Your broker in charge will absolutely help you. When they update a form, they'll probably have a sales meeting on it where they talk about the changes, you know, and any of the rules and everything. But anytime you want to know what's the current, where's the current, go to the Real Estate Commission's website. So we briefly introduced you to ncrec.gov in this class. You'll learn more about it in post licensing, but ultimately that is your #1 resource for the current law and rule. Okay, so again, Learn, Test, Pass, March of 2022, the welcome section. Again, we're just working out of the book because that's what we're used to. And so far, the only change I've noticed is that 3 years to 18 months. The other thing I want to say before we get started, y'all ever have these random thoughts in your mind, just randomly pop in your mind going, did we do that? Did we talk about that? Did we cover that? So you guys were the random thought that popped in my mind last night. And I just want to go back to this slide real quick. We talked about what happens if you're in an oral buyer agency agreement. First off, everybody good? I can only work under an oral agency agreement with the buyer and the tenant. Oral seller's agency, oral owner's agency in a property management situation is not allowed. It doesn't exist. So first off, do I have everybody there? Oral is only allowed for buyer and tenant. If you work with a buyer under an oral buyer agency agreement or a tenant under an oral tenant agency agreement, we are told that we have to get that oral agreement put in writing no later than the time that we're ready to present the offer on the buyer's behalf. There's not a time, there's not a rule that says how early. I can require it from the beginning. Some firms, some agents do. If you don't sign this, then we're not working together. That's up to you once you affiliate. Once again, your test is not going to ask you what you're going to do. Your test is going to ask you what you can do. So can you work with a buyer under an oral buyer agency agreement at first? Yes. The latest you have to put that thing in writing is when you're ready to present an offer on their behalf. We talked about the what ifs. What if the buyer, you're ready to present the offer and the buyer says, nope, I'm not signing that. So then we talked about your options. Well, maybe we can get this buyer in a written agreement just for that one address, just for 123 Main Street, so I can present the offer. Fingers crossed it'll get accepted and we can get it to closing. We also have the option, the less preferred. The Real Estate Commission doesn't encourage this, but know that as a last-ditch resort, we have the option to downgrade the buyer. You were my client, but now you're refusing to sign this, so I can downgrade you to a customer. Before I can do that, though, I need to remind the buyer what I know about them, because when that relationship changes, that buyer goes from being my client to my customer. I go from having the buyer's best interest in mind to whose best interest? The seller's. So before I downgrade, I need to remind my buyer what I know about them, and I need to make sure full disclosure, document the heck out of it, da 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 da. So this is what we talked about yesterday. The thought I had in the middle of the night, did we talk about this? What if the buyer refuses to sign the written agency, the buyer's agency agreement, and they don't like the idea of being downgraded? They say, I'm not signing this, and I don't like the idea of being downgraded. I'm not going to sign it, and I don't want to be a customer. What if? Guys, we're out. We have no other legal alternative. If they refuse to sign and they refuse to downgrade it yesterday, I'm sorry, I was looking at something. If they refuse to sign and they refuse to downgrade, I have no other options for them. You're either my client or my customer. There is no other alternative. I'm sorry. There you go. I'm sorry, but I cannot proceed. I cannot present this offer. Remember, we talked about the transactional broker. The transactional broker doesn't represent anybody. Both parties are the customer. And in North Carolina, that's not allowed. If a real estate agent is involved in the transaction, somebody's got to be a client. So if they say no to client, they say no to customer, I'm out. So let's see a couple questions I had. Good morning. Yes, and we're just recapping yesterday. We talked about it. Yep. Did we talk about it yesterday? Okay, good. My mind, y'all, I tell you what. So you heard it again. It can't hurt, right? Any questions just on this before we pick back up where we left off? So the last thing we said before we left, we were talking about what happens when you get yourself in trouble, either with the law or with your other occupational license. So this was the last thing we saw. It's interesting. We do educator conference. Real Estate Commission does educator conferences once a year. And one of my favorite parts of the educators conference is like a state of the commission address that kind of recap what happened last year and what we expect to see this year. And one thing that they always talk about is the most common complaints of the previous year. And what's happening is agents are getting a complaint filed on them, consumer or whatever. And while the commission is investigating, while they're doing their due diligence and following the story, they're finding that agents were convicted of a felony or misdemeanor and they didn't report it. Or they're finding that they got themselves in trouble with their other occupational licensing board and didn't report it. So it's really important that we understand, you get yourself in trouble, it happens, it is what it is. When you report it to the Real Estate Commission, are you going to get your license disciplined? I can't answer that. They're going to review it on a case by case. I think bottom line is going to come down to how badly did you harm a member of the public? So they're going to review the case and decide whether or not to take disciplinary action on you because of your conviction or your disciplinary action in another licensing board. However, failure to report it will result in disciplinary action. So remember, we talked about mama. What did mama always say? It's better that you fess up and tell me about it than let me find out about it on my own. So when it comes to this slide, think of the Real Estate Commission as mama. If you get yourself in trouble, fess up, report it within 60 days. What are they going to do to you? I don't know. Failure to report it, you will get in trouble. What questions do I have on this? And also make sure you guys note and highlight the word convicted. Just because you're charged doesn't mean you have to report it. You don't have to report it until the gavel comes down and the judge says guilty. Probably the number one thing that gets real estate agents in trouble after they're licensed is the DWI. Guys, there's Uber, there's Lyft, there's all sorts of reasons out there not to get yourself a DWI. That's what they say. Good morning. Okay. So we are still on page 723. Again, we're in the back of the book, just working through the book because that's what we have available. And we're continuing on with general brokerage duties and responsibilities. Here's another good refresher for us, another good reminder. We looked at talked about the Residential Property Owner Association Disclosure Act back in Unit 8. Particularly, there's two forms that are addressed with the act. We have the RPODs, which is our Residential Property and Owner Association Disclosure Statement, and the MOG, which is our Mineral and Oil and Gas Rights. Both of these forms are seller disclosures. Who completes seller disclosures? Who fills these forms out? Seller disclosures. That's right. Agents, brokers cannot complete these forms on the seller's behalf. These forms are the seller's responsibility to complete. Now, do your head one way or another. Can I help? Can I assist? Can I answer questions? Of course I can. Of course I can. I can't pick up the pen and do it. Everybody with me? It's the seller's responsibility to complete. I can assist. I can help them get the form. And remember, caveat emptor, we know says what? Buyer beware. So under caveat emptor, the seller doesn't have to disclose anything in North Carolina. Good morning. The seller can choose to say no representation. Please don't misinterpret the seller's no representation. When you guys get in the field and you start working with buyers, so many agents see no representation and just assume that the seller is hiding something. They know and they're hiding it. Maybe they are, but maybe they're not. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they don't have actual knowledge. Maybe they're selling a house that they never lived in. What if it's an estate and they're selling, a parent's house? What if they'd had it rented for the last 10 years and a tenant's been living there? Just because you see no representation does not mean you're dealing with a shady seller. So please don't get that in your mind. They might be exercising their rights under caveat emptor. They may know that they don't have to disclose and they're just choosing to exercise their rights. It's not the seller's fault that they don't have to disclose. If the seller chooses to answer yes or no, if they say yes, there's a problem, or no, there's a problem, they can't lie about it. So if they say no, they're saying, I'm telling you, there is not a problem. I have knowledge that there is not a problem. If they say yes, there is a problem, then they need to make sure that there's a place on the form to say, explain what that problem is. Some sellers may drag their feet on completing this form. So what's our carrot? What can we use to help them complete this form? They need to understand that if they do not provide this form to the buyer has the right to terminate. They have a 3-day right to terminate. And if they do terminate within those 3 days, they will get their earnest money and their due diligence back. This is one of the few times that they may get their due diligence back. So what's their carrot? We got a buyer in our hand. Why are we going to lose them because you don't want to do this form? MOG, yes. The MOG is with new construction. The RPODs is not. So both forms have exceptions of when we need to provide it. I think the verbiage that we see a lot of time in our books and the literature is that this form is required of most sellers. New construction for the RPODs is an exception for the RPODs, but the MOG new construction is required. Yep. Again, we talked about this back in Unit 8. The other thing I want to point out back to my educators conferences and the real estate commission us telling us the common complaints that came in last year. Another trend that they've been seeing in the last couple of years is about the R codes. We as agents need to make sure that our sellers keep the R codes updated throughout the listing. So if the seller says, no, this isn't broke, and then it breaks, we need to get the seller to update the R codes. If the seller says, yes, this doesn't work, and then they fix it, we need to get the seller to update the R codes. So when they say yes or no, and there's a change in the condition, there's a change in the form, then we need to make sure that they're doing a new R codes. If you're already under contract, notify your buyer. If that contract falls through, you need to make sure you have the current throughout the listing. Any questions on R codes, MOG? Good morning. Another part of our general brokerage duties, residential property and owners association disclosure statement, residential property and owners association disclosure statement. Yep. In this industry, by golly, if we can make an acronym out of it, we're going to. It's because they name these forms the way they do. It'd take me all day if I had to say this every time. Another part of our general brokerage duties that the commission defines for us is our responsibility for those closing disclosures. Again, a nice review from Unit 21. First off, we have a duty to make sure that our client gets a copy of their closing disclosure. Now, in practice, the buyers and sellers usually get these from the attorney at settlement. But the commission says that it's my responsibility to make sure that happens. Isn't that another good reason for me to attend settlement with my clients? To make sure that I see the attorney hand that CD to the buyer and say, here you go. So while in practice, the attorney usually handles that as part of the paperwork that they give the client, the commission says it's my responsibility to make sure that they get it. Bless you. So we need to ensure the delivery of the CD to the client. And the big thing that we talked about in Unit 21 is I have to review that closing disclosure for accuracy. Another way they like to trick you on your test. Am I responsible for that review and the accuracy of all of the numbers? Can I verify the accuracy of every single digit on that thing? No, I don't know. I don't know where some of these numbers came from. I can only review for accuracy the numbers of which I should have knowledge. When you get that closing disclosure to review, the first thing you do is pull out the sales contract, because you're going to want to make sure that the sales price is right, due diligence amount, earnest money deposit, any seller paid closing costs. Did the seller agree to buy the home warranty? Is that on there? Pull out your sales contract, your offer to purchase and contract, and make sure those agreed upon numbers. Did you amend the contract later in round 2 of negotiations in lieu of repairs? Did you reduce the purchase price? If so, you want to make sure that that information is reflected on the closing disclosure. And then if you receive any invoices from any vendors that will be paid at closing, for example, the home inspector. Most home inspectors, at least in this area, I can't speak for outside of the triad, but most home inspectors in this area will perform the home inspection and allow the buyer to pay for it at settlement. Now they're going to collect a credit card from the buyer, because the problem is if the buyer terminates, they may think that they don't owe that money. But the home inspector's already done their job, so they do. So they got to protect themselves, and they may require a credit card on file just to make sure they get payment. But if we get to closing, the home inspector is going to send you the invoice because they want you to forward it to the attorney so the attorney can add it to the closing disclosure. Once you see that invoice, I now have a duty, you now have a duty to make sure that that invoice shows up on the closing disclosure. Does that make sense? That's another thing I can verify. Y'all keep good records, have transaction files. Your firm will help you with that, however they may want you to do that. When you look at that closing disclosure and you say, oh man, I forgot to send the invoice, it's okay. Go ahead and send it. This is why we're reviewing stuff before settlement. So when you forget, when you realize it happens, you're human. When you forget and you realize you forget, just call the attorney and say, man, I'm sorry, I'm sending it right now. Can you please add this as our closing disclosure? If and when you find any mistakes on the closing disclosure, you've got to report them. You can't just turn a blind eye. Guys, remember, one of my biggest responsibilities to my clients is to make sure that their money is accurate, and that includes bottom line figures on both their settlement statements. Can I make this personal? If you're the listing agent, you're going to see the seller CD. One thing you need to make sure you verify on the seller CD is your commission. Do attorneys make mistake on calculating commission sometimes? Did I tell y'all about the one that forgot to add mine? Just wasn't there. Just wasn't there. Called the paralegal and she said, oopsie. You have a duty to verify. If you're a buyer's agent, then you may not have access to the seller CD. So as the buyer's agent, you still have the right to verify your commission. Either call the paralegal and make sure it's right, or if you have a good relationship with the listing agent, call them and make sure it's right. But as a buyer's agent, you want to verify that as well. Other things I can check for accuracy. Don't we now know how to prorate taxes? Don't we now know how to do interim interest? Questions on this? So now starting on page 725, I feel like this is the most long-awaited part of the class. We have been dancing all around the trust account and the escrow account. So here it is, finally, we've made it. So let's talk about the trust account, also known as the escrow account. First off, the basic definition of a trust account is an account that holds monies that belong to others. Money that is in the trust account is not yours. Money in the trust account is somebody else's. Why don't you guys tell me in a private chat what you think are some examples of monies, other people's money, that we would see in the trust account? What's some examples of some money that we would see in the trust account? Okay, so I'm seeing lots of earnest money deposits. I would agree with that. Earnest money. I'm also seeing some tenant security deposits. Good for you guys. That's money we're holding, right, for the landlord and the tenant. If you were the tenant, would you trust that money in the landlord's checking account? Probably not. You would want that in some kind of safe holding place, right? So the property manager's trust account would be a good place. Any down payments, for example, an option fee. Nope, I take that back. Forget I just said that. Just down payments. Cross out option fee. Just down payments. The other thing I'm seeing in the chat is due diligence. Now let's talk about that for a second. Let's go back and talk about what happens when we go under contract. We go under contract, we have a signed contract, communication is across the lines. Yay, do your mini celebration. Due diligence is money that the buyer owes the seller. Nobody has to hold that for safe ground. Buyer actually cuts a check to Mr. and Mrs. Seller, and that goes straight into their bank account. Questions on that? Tell your sellers to get that thing deposited right away, because if it bounces, we got to address it. We got to deal with it. Those things bounce sometimes. Everybody good? Due diligence does not go in an escrow account. Due diligence goes directly to the seller. So as a buyer's agent, you go under contract, yay, and you tell your buyer, we need to meet up because I got to get 2 checks from you. One for the earnest money made out to the escrow agent, and the other one for the due diligence made out to the seller. If the real estate firm has a trust account, in addition to the trust account, they're also going to have an operating account. And the operating account is where their money goes. That's the account they use to pay bills, pay you, pay the power bill every month, the water bill, the rent, mortgage, whatever on the property. If the real estate firm doesn't have a trust account, we're talking about sales right now. If the real estate firm does not have a trust account, then the closing attorney will have a trust account and they can hold it for us. If you're a property manager, you have to have a trust account because you're collecting security deposit. To have everybody, property management, anybody doing for rent will have to have a trust account and operating account. I'll be really honest with you guys. In the sales world, a lot of firms are doing away with maintaining a trust account because it's a huge liability. When you start looking at those disciplinary actions in the bulletin, you're going to see common themes. And one common theme you're going to see is trust account violations. So a lot of real estate firms are going, if the attorney has it anyway, let's let them take that liability. And a lot of firms are doing away with it. If you affiliate with a firm that has a trust account, they will talk to you in your new agent orientation about how they want you to manage that and maintain that. If the buyer breaches, the seller will keep the due diligence fee. Yes, if the buyer breaches, and remember, the buyer's not in breach until after due diligence, because their due diligence is their right to terminate. That's what they're paying for. Would I keep rent? Possibly. If I were a property manager, you might be able to use the trust account to, put it in and then use that to pay the owner, right? So you might be able to use that as a pass through because it's not really your money, right? You're just handling it on behalf of somebody else. But it's more of a pass through at this point because that rent's going to then go on to pay me, pay the owner, right? Pay the property bills, that kind of thing. So yes, you could use rent because it's somebody else's money. There's some rules and regulations that the Real Estate Commission has on maintaining a trust account. If you are currently a landlord, remember we said once you get licensed, you will have to set up a trust account. The Real Estate Commission has a trust account course that you will need to take. You can find that on the Real Estate Commission's website. But they do have certain ways that they want you to maintain the trust account. So let's talk about some little bit more particulars about the trust account. Our trust accounts have 3 primary features. First off, it's a separate account. Separate meaning it's not an operating account. It's not the account that I use to pay my bills. The basic definition of a trust account is an account holding somebody else's money. It's not the account, money coming in, money coming out, part of my operation. Can I answer that on break, please? Trust account is custodial, which means people that have money in the account don't have access to it. The people that have access to it are going to be the escrow agent. It's not the buyer or the seller. They can't go deposit and withdraw. They don't have access to the account. So it's either the real estate firm or the closing attorney, whomever the escrow agent is. And then the trust account, the money's in the trust account. Because it's money belonging to others, it needs to be available on demand, which means, y'all, worst case scenario, your real estate firm has a bad day and every single one of your contracts terminate today. Bad day. Can we agree? Bad day. Every single one of your contracts terminate today. Every single one of your contracts terminate today. You need to have that money available to pay the buyer and or seller. You can't say, let me wait until tomorrow when I get paid. That's what we mean by available on demand. It's somebody else's money. So when they terminate, it needs to be available. Again, it's a demand deposit account. The Real Estate Commission says it needs to be in an FDIC bank. Some credit unions are not FDIC, for example. So you need to make sure you know that sticker when you walk in the bank. It'll tell you if it's FDIC or not on the door. The bank doesn't need to be located in North Carolina, but it needs to be lawfully doing business in North Carolina. And as part of the agreement with the escrow agent and the bank needs to agree to make their records available for inspection for the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. Same thing with the escrow agent. If the Real Estate Commission shows up to the real estate firm and says, show me your books, you show them your books. You cannot say, well, hang on, let me balance and I'll be with you in 15 minutes. If they show up, and same thing with the bank. If they show up for inspection, I kind of feel like sometimes the Real Estate Commission is like the IRS, like, hey, we're in the area while we're here, let's check it. Or, hey, something's happened and you've hit our radar. So while we're investigating you, let's check out everything. Isn't that kind of how the IRS works? The Real Estate Commission requires the actual words, trust account or escrow account, to appear on all information about the account. The reason being, think about if you are your own firm, you're a one-man show. You're not a sole proprietor because you have a trust account, but you're a firm, you're an entity, and you're the designated broker in charge, and it's just you. In the event of a one-man firm, if that man dies, we don't need somebody else's money tied up in their estate. So by identifying and labeling everything as trust account, the estate will recognize that that is somebody else's money. The escrow agent also needs to keep accurate records. Who's the buyer? Who's the seller? Who's the lessor? Who's the lessee? What's the address? Dates. Back in my admin days, I might be showing my age a little bit, but back in my admin days, let's see, this would have been 05, 06, 07, 2005, 2006, 2007, somewhere in there. And I actually had, and for those of you that remember will remember, I had these little green ledger cards, and I had one of those accordion files. Y'all remember what I'm talking about? And all my green ledger cards, money going in, money going out for this property, this buyer, this seller. If it terminated, money went out. If it closed, money went out. And I had my little accordion file, kept accurate records. I balanced that thing every month when the statement came in. Accurate records. If you are, some firms, for example, may do for sale and for rent. They may act as a sales firm, and they may also offer property management. The Real Estate Commission says, look, you only need one trust account. You could choose to have two, one for the security deposit and one for the earnest money. But the Real Estate Commission says, look, you only need one trust account. You can manage all of your earnest money, security deposit, everything in that one account. The exception to this rule, if you're a property management company that is managing HOAs, each HOA needs their own trust account. So if you're a property management company and you're managing 10 HOAs, you need 10 separate trust accounts, one per HOA. And hands down, without a doubt, the biggest violation of the trust account, what you will see in the disciplinary action in the e-bulletin, is commingling. Commingling is putting your money in the trust account or taking somebody else's money and putting it in your operating account. They've got to be separate. I've heard stories, y'all. City calls you today and says your power bill is late. If you don't pay it today, we're going to cut power. And you think, I don't have money to pay my power bill. I'm going to get paid tomorrow. So how about I borrow money from the trust account to pay my power bill, and tomorrow, as soon as I get paid, I'll put it back in the trust account. Can you do that? No, you're just going to have to live today without power, aren't you? You cannot commingle. Your money doesn't belong in the trust account. Other people's money doesn't belong in your operating account. The exception to this rule, if your bank charges a monthly fee, you can have up to $100 of your money in the trust account only to cover that fee. So if your bank charges a monthly fee, they're going to do an automatic withdrawal of X amount every month. You can put in $100 of your account, of your money, to cover that fee. When that money dies down, you can replenish it. Never more than $100 of your money, and only if your bank charges. Trust accounts can be interest-bearing accounts. For example, our offer to purchase and contract that we looked at in Unit 10 does have verbiage in there, letting the consumers know that this might be an interest-bearing account. If the account collects interest, then the escrow agent, that's their money. Once they collect interest, they need to transfer it each month from their trust account to their operating account. So if it's an interest-bearing trust account, the parties need to be made aware. Good morning. If the real estate firm has a trust account, the BIC is responsible for it. So one of the BIC's duties is maintaining the trust account for the office. They can allow an employee, they can allow an unlicensed employee to manage and balance the trust account. But ultimately, if the real estate commission shows up and says, we're here to talk about the trust account, they're talking to the BIC. The BIC is ultimately responsible. Again, back in my admin days when I was maintaining the trust account, I wasn't licensed yet. And I was maintaining it, and my BIC signed off on it every single month. And if I want balance, don't take it to them. Don't let me see this until it's balanced. And 1 month, y'all, I'm not kidding, I was off by like 12 cents. Talk about, couldn't find it anywhere. Talk about bang your head on the desk over 12 cents. And at one point I said, can't I just give you 12 cents to make this right? He said, no, we found it. But the BIC is ultimately responsible for it. Access to the account should be limited. The BIC will have access, their trusted employee or employees. Agents don't need access to it. And then records have to be current and accurate. They don't necessarily define what current means, but you know, good rule of thumb, you get a statement from the bank once a month. So good time to make sure that it's balanced. And it's got to be accurate. Every single penny has to be counted for. Again, if the real estate firm is holding the trust account, commission rule says that the real estate firm cannot disperse the earnest money deposit no more than 10 days prior to settlement. At some point, we got to get the earnest money from the real estate firm to the closing attorney. So the attorney has all the funds, right? So they can process settlement, process closing. Commission just says, if the firm has it, you can't disperse it more than 10 days prior to settlement. Again, if you affiliate with a firm that has a trust account, They will talk to you about their rules and what they expect, and they will tell you the process, their process of you requesting the earnest money deposit so you can take it to closing. If the closing attorney has the trust account, they already have it. So we don't have to disperse it. They already have that money. Again, this only applies if the real estate firm is holding it. This next little section tends to be a problem topic. So we're going to spend just a minute here, making sure we're good. Disputed earnest money funds. So let's back up. We go under contract. Buyer cuts a check to the escrow agent. Earnest money goes into the escrow account. It's a safe place. It's a holding ground. If for whatever reason, the contract terminates, if we're still within due diligence, the buyer will get their earnest money back. If we're after due diligence, now the seller's going to get it. Yes? Everybody good? That's what our contract says. And the contract's pretty clear about what happens to the earnest money deposit. In due diligence, it goes to the buyer. After due diligence, it goes to the seller. However, before that earnest money can go to the buyer or the seller, both parties have to agree to release it. When the contract terminates, this isn't something that just happens. The buyer and the seller have to agree to release it. And if either party don't agree to release it, now the earnest money is disputed. The escrow agent cannot make the decision about what happens to the earnest money deposit. Remember, they're just a safe holding place. They're not a party to the contract. They don't have anything to do with the sales contract. They're just the safe holding place. In the event of a dispute, if the parties can't agree to release it, eventually the escrow agent can release the earnest money to the clerk of courts of that county, and the two can go downtown and stand in front of a magistrate and hash it out in front of them. The escrow agent cannot make the decision, even though that's what the contract says. And the judge will pick the contract up and says, well, it says right here who should get it. The escrow agent cannot make decisions about what happens to the earnest money. If it's in dispute, if either party doesn't agree to release it, at some point, they can turn it over to the clerk of courts and let the two go downtown and hash it out. Won't go into court, cost more money? You betcha. And our contract goes on to say that the party that's entitled to it, the party that's entitled to the earnest money, isn't going to have to pay those court fees. So not only is the party losing the earnest money going to lose the earnest money, because that's what the contract says, they're going to have to pay their court fees and the other party's court fees. So is it worth to try to hash this out before we go downtown? Of course it is. And as agents, we can look at our clients and say, look, if you don't release, you're not going to get this money because this is what the contract says. And if you want to dispute it and you go downtown, not only are you not going to get it, but you're going to lose more. People can get stubborn, y'all. Let's face it, nobody likes to terminate. Nobody likes to terminate. Questions on this? Disputed funds. Commission rule also has some guidelines of when we deposit trust money, earnest money, security deposit. The rule says we have to deposit within 3 banking days of receipt or contract formation, whichever one comes first. There may be times you're working with a buyer, you start negotiating an offer on behalf of your buyer may hand you a check and say, here's my earnest money deposit. Will you hang on to this for me? The buyer doesn't owe any money until a contract is formed. So we're still in the throes of negotiations. We don't have a contract yet. They hand you the earnest money. Don't put it in the bank. Wait until contract formation. Contract formation, you have 3 days. I think the more likely scenario, what we deal with the most, the contract is formed and then the buyer hands you the earnest money. So in that case, the 3 days would be 3 days of receipt. So when we say receipt or contract formation, the exception to this rule, if the buyer hands you cash, don't walk around with cash. If you're negotiating the offer, you're not under contract yet, you're negotiating the offer and the buyer hands you a big wad of cash, says, here's my earnest money deposit, get it in the bank. Because if that offer never becomes a contract, cash is readily available funds. We can write a check back out to that buyer. Again, if the offer never becomes a contract. So cash, you get it in the bank, 3 days of receipt. Do not wait until contract formation. Remember yesterday we were talking about you guys, provisional brokers. We said as provisional brokers, you guys can pretty much do everything that a full-blown broker can do as long as you're affiliated with a BIC. Everybody good so far? As long as you're under the supervision of a BIC, a provisional broker can do just about everything. And there are a few exceptions. You can't charge a fee to do BPO, for example. Another exception for provisional brokers revolves around trust money, earnest money. And what this rule says is you guys, provisional brokers, cannot walk around with somebody else's money. As a provisional broker, if your buyer says, will you hang on to this for me while we're negotiating the offer, you need to get that money to your BIC, let them hang on to it. Provisional brokers cannot hang on to somebody else's money. Run, don't walk to your BIC. Let them be responsible for it. Guys, bottom line, when that money's in your hand, it's your responsibility. So my suggestion is to get it to where it needs to go. Provisional brokers cannot walk around with somebody else's money. Full brokers may or may not. As a full broker, when somebody hands me money, I take it to my BIC. That's why they get paid the big bucks. Again, when it's in your hand, it's your responsibility. PBs cannot. Full brokers don't have to. That's why the BIC is there. Yes, the escrow agent is the bearer of the trust account, bearer of the escrow account. So it's either the broker in charge of the real estate firm or the closing attorney, whomever's holding the trust funds. As we said, when you have somebody else's money in your hand, it's your responsibility. So when you go under contract as a buyer's agent, you meet your buyer somewhere to get the earnest money and the due diligence check. When we have due diligence fee or option money in our hands, we're simply acting as delivery man. I'm simply serving as getting it from my buyer to the listing agent. Listing agent needs to deliver due diligence to the seller. We have no more than 3 calendar days to deliver that due diligence to get it to where it needs to go. Let's say you're the buyer's agent, you go under contract, you tell your buyer, you know, we're going to meet this morning around lunchtime for you to give me the earnest money and the due diligence. Buyer says, okay. So you guys meet up, you get those checks, and you are en route to deliver them. You're delivering the due diligence to the seller and the earnest money to the escrow agent. Are you guys here? Did you guys use that time to study? Sure you did. All right. I don't know where I left off, but this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a break because it's break time. So we're going to take 10 and then we come back. We're going to talk about, just start from the beginning of that last slide that we left off. Fair enough. Because I don't know exactly where you guys lost me or I lost you. So let's take 10 and we come back and we'll start back there.
Hey, Julie.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning. Will this be the tape version be up tomorrow for today?
No, it'll be up today.
It'll be up today. Okay. I'm sorry. I
I always
missed the
try to get it up
first.
the day of. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I just missed that first 15 minutes. So
Sure.
I apologize for that.
No, that's good.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. wrong with my alarm? All right. Are we back? Is this where we left? Is this where you guys lost me or I lost you? Is this where we were? Make sure I wasn't gone longer than, than I realized. Sometimes that happens too. One of my first Zoom classes, I swear I was standing here chit chatting for like 20 minutes and didn't realize none of y'all were here. So, you know, is this the last thing you guys have? Okay. All right. So this is where we are. So we'll start here in just a second. Let me take attendance. So we're back and cameras are on. Okay. So trust money received by provisional brokers must be delivered upon receipt to supervising BIC. One of the limitations you have as a provisional broker, you cannot walk around with somebody else's money. So, and if you're in the throes of negotiations and your buyer says, here's my earnest money, will you hang on to this for me until the contract's formed? You as the provisional broker cannot hang on to that money. You as the provisional broker need to get that money to your broker in charge. So remember we said as PBs, you guys can do just about everything that a full broker can do. There are a few limitations. And this is another one of those. Provisional brokers cannot walk around with somebody else's money. That's correct. Due diligence is paid directly from the buyer to the seller. Earnest money is paid from the buyer to the escrow agent, the bearer of the trust account. We a lot of times serve as delivery men. We're helping the monies get to where it needs to go. So buyer's agents, you go under contract, yay. You tell your buyer you need to meet up so you can get their due diligence and earnest money. And then once you get those checks from the buyer, then you need to deliver them to the listing agent, the due diligence to the listing agent so they can deliver to their seller. And you need to deliver the earnest money to the escrow agent. Again, you guys, when you have somebody else's money in your hand, it's your responsibility. So I suggest, this says we have up to 3 days to deliver. I suggest getting it to where it needs to go sooner than that because you're responsible for it while you have it. So let's talk about a scenario. You meet your buyer, you go under contract this morning, yay, and you meet your buyer somewhere around lunch and you get those 2 checks. Buyer says, here you go, here's my due diligence and my earnest money. And you are en route to deliver those money. That money is still in your hand. And your buyer calls you and says, do not deliver that money. Do not take the due diligence to the seller. Do not take the earnest money to the escrow agent. Do not deliver that money. Guys, remember, I'm just acting as delivery man. If my client instructs me not to deliver it, I have to follow their instructions. I have no say in this contract. I have no financial or legal interest in this contract. I'm just acting as the delivery man. So if your buyer says, don't deliver it, and you can say, you know, if you don't deliver it, this could be an out for the seller and, you know, they could terminate. I don't care. Do not deliver this money. We've got to follow their instructions. It is their money. Everybody with me? It is their money. We're just tapping out. Any questions with that? We've got to follow their instructions with their money. I can advise them of the consequences, but ultimately I follow their instructions. Okay. Option money, again, is money that goes from the optionor to the optionee. Again, we're just acting as delivery man. And as we've been saying, everybody is responsible for safeguarding money. It does not matter if your real estate firm has a trust account or not. When that money is in your hand, when somebody else's money is in your hand, you're responsible for it. Questions on the trust account? Okay. The last little piece of this section is again, just a nice refresher, a nice review. Oh, hang on. So when the due diligence fee is paid, is there any way it be returned to the buyer, or does the seller always keep it? If the seller's in breach, the buyer may get their earnest money back. This is all unit 10. If the buyer's in breach, I'm sorry, if the seller's in breach, what if the buyer or the seller doesn't provide the RPOs or the MOG? What do we say? The buyer can terminate and get their earnest money and due diligence back. What if the house burns down while we're under contract? The buyer has choices. They can terminate or purchase the property. If they terminate, they'll get their due diligence back. So please don't think that they're never going to get it back. It's just going to be a few small exceptions, a few rare exceptions. Okay. Our last little piece is a nice review, nice refresher from our BPO and CMA. Broker price opinion and comparative market analysis. This takes us back to unit 17. As we've been saying, you guys, one limitation you guys have, you cannot perform a BPO for a fee. We do not get determined value. I'm telling you guys, take the word value out of your vocabulary. Unless you're an appraiser or you become an appraiser. Only licensed appraisers get to determine value. What do? We determine probable sales price or probable lease price. Once you drop your provisional status, if you are doing a BPO for a fee, you've got to follow licensed law. There's specific law and rule, and you do not need to know Article 6, but you need to know that there is a licensed law and commission rule on doing BPOs and CMAs. Again, your BIC will offer training, probably your local board of realtors. I encourage you to jump on as much training as you can when you first get started, but also remember to continue to do training, as this industry is one that constantly evolves. What is it I say? The only thing consistent in our industry, the only thing consistent is change. Real Estate Commission requires BPO and CMA to be in writing. CMA, if you're working with a seller, you have a listing agreement. We're going to use a CMA to help the seller determine what we should list the home for. When your seller calls you, when we get into a different market and homes are staying on the market longer than 2 or 3 days, we're going to come back to a time where they might actually be for sale for like a month or 4. And at some point during that time, your seller may approach you about doing a price reduction or a price drop. I picked on my last post licensing class. I said, do y'all know what that is? Do you know what a price drop is? Because agents in the last couple of years haven't had to deal with it. We haven't had the home for sale long enough to consider doing a price drop. That'll come back. When you and your seller talk about doing a price drop, once it's been on the market for 3 months, do a new CMA. See what the market looks like today. Anytime you talk price with your client, do a fresh CMA. See what it looks like today. Questions on BPO, CMA? Hello. All right, so that's the little comment section. Again, in your book, start on 707. We went through that pretty thoroughly, yes? So that's a good chunk of your state exam. So 707. Now we got some other stuff in Appendix A that we need to go back and pick up. So I didn't ask you guys to read all of Appendix A. I just asked you to sit down and read starting on page 707 or the current page and learn, test, pass. But now we're going to go back and let's go back to page 611, where you have the notes here, whichever you prefer. There's a commission rule on page 611 that addresses proof of license. Once you get your license, you're going to get a nice 8.5 by 11. Go out and get your frame for it. You worked hard for it. Go out and get your frame. Hobby Lobby puts these on sale every couple weeks, right? If it's not on sale this week, it will be next. Isn't that the beauty of Hobby Lobby? But in addition to your nice 8.5 by 11 that you're going to get a frame for, each year you renew your license, you're going to get a new pocket card. You can either print it out, it's wallet size, which means it fits in your wallet, or they now have a digital pocket card, so you can download it on your phone. The Real Estate Commission requires that pocket card to be on your person at all times when you're engaging in brokerage activities. When you're meeting with buyers and sellers, you need your pocket card. If you're doing continuing education, if you're doing an open house, you need your pocket card. If you're handing out a business card. When I go on vacation, I take a stack of business cards and I transfer my little pocket card to my vacation purse. So if I'm out somewhere and somebody says, wow, you're in real estate, I thought about moving to Winston-Salem, can you help me? I can say, you better believe I can. Here's my card. So anytime you're engaging in real estate, you need your pocket card on you. Again, either the little printed one you print out, and put on in your wallet, or the digital, or if you like me, you have both, just, you know. Yes, but it's referred to as limited service brokerage. Yep. The other thing that the rule about proof of license addresses is that every firm has to display their license. So when you affiliate with your firm, they should have the individual broker can choose, as I did. Again, I'm proud of this thing. I worked hard for it. Reminds me why I'm here. But the firm has to display their license. So proof of licensure, we have to carry our pocket cards with us. Let's fast forward in your book, which, by the way, the things that we're skipping over are things that we addressed in that previous section, in section the 707, page 707. So let's fast forward that stuff since we've already talked about it. Page 627, there's a commission rule on disclosure of offers prohibited. We cannot disclose the terms of an offer without permission of the offeror. Who is the offeror? And please do not say buyer or seller. Who is the offeror? The offeror is the giver of the offer. Maybe it's the buyer, maybe it's the seller. I don't want y'all to get bogged down in buyer or seller. Can the seller make an offer to the buyer? Sure. Isn't that what happens in a counter offer? Could the seller be the first one to make an offer? Can they make an offer to sell? Absolutely. When you see offeror and offeree, I need you guys to think give or and receivee. Okay, so the person making the offer is the offeror. We cannot disclose the terms of their offer without their permission. If you're a listing agent in a multiple offer situation, you have 10 offers in your hand, and buyer number 11 or buyer's agent number 11 calls you and says, we're about to present an offer. What are the other offers you have? How much is everybody else offering? Can you answer that question? Not unless you get permission of the 10 offerors you have in your hand. And guys, let's be honest. Is any offeror in their right mind going to give you permission to tell them the terms of their offer? Come on. And this is what trips up new agents. Buyer's agents will call and ask. There's no rule that prevents them from asking. What the rule says is how I respond. I cannot disclose the terms of the other offers in my hand. What about another scenario? What if you're a buyer's agent? You're working with multiple buyers, not uncommon to be working with more than one buyer. And let's say you're out there working with a couple buyers, and lo and behold, two of your buyers are interested in the same property. Can you pit your buyers together? Can you share terms of their offers? Well, I know you're thinking about this, but I know for a fact there's getting ready to be another offer coming in for X amount. Can you share that? Not without their permission. So we're prohibited from disclosing the terms of an offer without the offeror's permission. Fast forward a little bit more in your book. Now we're going to go to page 637, and we need to talk about renewing our license. That's right. Keep that playbook secret, right? The Real Estate Commission does not operate on a calendar year. The Real Estate Commission operates on a physical year. And their physical year is July 1st to June 30th. They don't operate on a calendar year. Our license expires every year on June 30th unless we renew it. We have to renew our license every year by June 30th. And every single year, the renewal period is May 15th to June 30th, every year. No exceptions, ever. Not even during the pandemic. The renewal period every single year is May 15th to June 30th. Failure to renew your license by 11:59 p.m. on June 30th means at the stroke of midnight on July 1st, your license is expired. Can you conduct brokerage activities on an expired license? Can you work with buyers and sellers on an expired license? Can you hand out a business card? Can you promote or advertise yourself in any way on an expired license? The answer is perfect in the chat. Nope. So step one of having an active license every year is you have to renew each year. Renewing your license every year means that your license is current. When you guys see the word current, I want you to see or hear currency. How you keep a current license is you renew every single year. Last year and for the last, I've lost count, so many years now, the renewal fee has been $45. They now accept payment online. I'm very proud. We don't have to mail a check in anymore. And you've got to renew each year by 11:59 p.m. on June 30th. Failure to renew means your license is expired. Do I have any questions so far? How do you keep your license current? You pay the fee. Show them the money. It's so important that we understand that a current license has everything to do with paying the fee. It has nothing to do with education. We're going to talk about education next. So how you keep a current license? You show them the money. You pay that fee. June 30th is the deadline. They have that date written down. And they will tell you, my gosh, they got a countdown clock on their homepage. Your BIC will pester you until you do it. You might get a piece of postcard in the mail or something. If you're not aware that it's renewal period, it's because you're choosing not to check your mail or your email or pay attention to your BIC. They will let you know that it's time for them to collect their money. Current licenses can go one of two ways. A current license can be active. To have an active license, you pay the fee. And once you remove your provisional status and your full broker or a BIC, the second piece to keep your license current is to do the continuing education each year. I will talk about CE in just 1 minute, so bear with me. CE requirements in just 1 minute. So a current license, you've paid the fee. How do you have an active license? You pay the fee and you do your CE. Fee, CE. If you want to be active, if you want to engage, if you want to practice real estate, fee, CE. Kind of rhymes and everything. So you pay the fee to have a current license. You do your CE to have an active license. Again, we will talk about CE in just 1 second. A current license can also be inactive. It's current because you've paid the fee. It's inactive because either you're a PB without a BIC, you're a provisional broker that hasn't affiliated, you don't do your education, you don't do CE on time, or you don't do your post licensing within 18 months, or you could choose to ride on an inactive license. How do you keep it inactive at a minimum? Show them the money, pay the fee. Why would you why would you go inactive by choice? Life happens, yes? Maybe you're pausing from real estate to start a family. Maybe you're pausing from real estate to care for an elderly parent. Maybe you're pausing from real estate for whatever reason. You could ride for the rest of your career on an inactive license. All you have to do is send that $45 in every year. Even when you think you're done with real estate, I highly recommend that you still send them that $45 every year. And I will tell you why in just a second. A current license can be either active or inactive. You pay the fee, you're current. You don't pay the fee, you've expired. This is so worth me saying again. A current license has everything to do with money. It has nothing to do with education. I'm getting there. Yep, just 1 second. Yep. Good to this point. Okay, so the question comes in. What if time got away from me? I forgot to pay my renewal fee. If your license is inactive, how you reactivate it depends on if you have any education deficiency. So if you're up to date on your CE and you wake up on July 1st and you go, oh my God, I forgot to pay my fee. That's okay. You're gonna have to pay the renewal fee plus a reinstatement fee. Both are $45. So you send them $90, you do your license activation form, and poof, you're active again. So when you wake up on July 1st and you go, I can't believe I didn't pay that fee, it's okay. Pay the fee, submit your form, you're good to go. You do not have a CE deficiency, it just takes the payment and the form. If you have a CE deficiency, if you did CE, if you don't have, excuse me, if your CE deficiency is less than 2 years, they're going to make you do extra CE to get caught up before you can reactivate. So let's say you keep paying the fee, but you didn't do CE one year, they're going to say, well, you got a CE deficiency. So we're going to make you do the current CE classes. Again, we'll talk about CE. And we're going to make you do some extra electives to get yourself caught up. So they're going to make you do this year's CE. And then probably some extras. How much extra? It just depends on what your deficiency is. So you just call the real estate commission and said, I've been active for, and I did CE every other year, but I've been active. What do I need to do? They'll pull your record up and tell you. If your CE deficiency is more than 2 years, again, you're inactive, you've been paying that fee every year, but now you've gone more than 2 years without CE, they're going to make you do this year's CE, and they're going to make you come back and do 2 out of the 3 post-licensing classes again. So if you're inactive and you have more than 2 years of a CE deficiency, they're going to make you do this year's CE to activate, and then they're going to require you to do 2 of the 3 post-licensing classes within 6 months. So how do you reinstate an inactive license? Bottom line, it comes down to what is your CE deficiency? What's your education deficiency? Why has your license been inactive for the last 5 years? Because you have been showing them the money. You've been paying the fee. What if you don't pay the fee and your license is expired? Don't pay the fee. You wake up on July 1st. You go, oh my God, my license is expired. I forgot to pay the fee. I think I might have, actually, let me go back for a second. I might have misspoke. Inactive with no CE deficiency. So you just submit the form. You've already paid the fee. That's what I said wrong earlier. I apologize. So if you're inactive with no CE deficiency, you're caught up on your CE, you just submit the form because you paid the fee. Current is inactive. Failure to pay the fee means your license is expired. So you wake up on July 1st. Here we go. You wake up on July 1st and you go, oh man, I forgot to pay my fee. Now you're paying 2 times. You're paying the renewal fee and the reinstatement fee, total of $90. This is an expired license. This is reinstating an expired license. If you reinstate in less than 6 months, you pay 2 times the amount. If your license is expired for 6 months to 2 years, you pay the fee. You go do 1 post-licensing class, or you go back to PSI testing center and take your state exam again. So if your license is expired, you don't pay the fee, your license is expired, it expired 6 months to 2 years, and you want to get back in it, they're going to make you pay the fees, do a post-licensing class, or you have a choice, or go back to PSI testing center. What happens if your license is expired for more than 2 years and you want to reinstate it? Y'all ready for this? This one's going to hurt. If your license is expired for more than 2 years and you want to reinstate it, you have to start all over. Is it worth paying the $45 every year to maintain an inactive license? I cannot answer that for you. I'm telling you, you have choices. Pay $45 and ride inactive for the rest of your life, or let it expire, wake up one day 10 years from now and say, I think I want to get back into real estate. You call the commission, you say, I had a license 10 years ago. What do I do? And they say, check out our website for upcoming pre-licensing classes. You have got to start all over. I cannot tell you guys how common this is. Again, things happen in life and you think you're done with real estate. You say, I'm going to save $45 a year. Okay. And then 10 years from now, I'm like, wow, the market's really good. I want to get in on this. What do I need to do? The last in-person class I taught, y'all, I had 2 people in there that were there because they were on an expired license. 2, because they were in there on an expired license. So Me, I'm paying the fee every year. And at the very least, all I have to do is take CE and post again. Questions on this? And again, I feel like I need to go back because I want to make sure I misspoke earlier and I apologize. So let's just go back for 1 second and make sure we're all good now. Okay. So your license is inactive and you don't have a CE deficiency. It's inactive because it's current. It's current because you paid the fee. You paid the fee and you forgot to do CE. Or maybe you were inactive by choice and you don't have a CE deficiency. All you got to do is submit the activation form. If you're inactive and your CE deficiency is less than 2 years, you do this year's CE, 1 to 2 electives. If your CE deficiency is more than 2 years, you do CE and 2 out of the 3 post licensing. So at a minimum, if you're going to go inactive, at a minimum, okay, you got to pay the fee, but maybe consider still doing CE. Because if you're inactive and you want to reactivate with no CE deficiency, it's literally a phone call away. So the only time that you got to get caught up is when you're behind on your CE, but you've still been paying the fee. So reinstating an inactive license, you're inactive, you've paid the fee, but you're inactive because you're deficient on your education or by choice, or you're a PB without a BIC. Failure to pay the fee means your license has expired. So this is the scenario. You wake up on July 1st and go, oh, I forgot to pay that fee. What do I do? You pay the fee, you pay the reinstatement fee. Less than 6 months, you're good to go. 6 months to 2 years, you do the fees and post licensing or PSI testing center. More than 2 years, start it all over. Questions on reinstating an inactive or an expired license? Okay. We've talked one more time about you guys, page 640, 641. This is the commission rule on provisional brokers. As we've been saying, you guys can do just about everything that a full broker can do, as long as you're under the direct supervision of a broker in charge. Some things that the provisional cannot do is charge a fee to do a BPO. Provisional broker can't walk around with somebody else's money. They can't hang on to earnest money. Provisional broker cannot be designated opposite of their broker in charge. That's pretty much it. Those are your limitations. So PB can do just about the same thing that a full broker can do, as long as you're affiliated with a BIC. There's a commission rule that addresses payment of fees when you send that renewal fee in. If your credit card's declined, they may consider that disciplinary action. When you're submitting your application for your state exam, if that check bounces or that credit card's declined, make sure you have the funds in your account before you try to give them money. Page 641. Skipping ahead one more time, let's talk about our CE on page 655. Once you're licensed, after your first renewal period, I'll talk more about that in just a second. we've got to do 8 hours of CE every year. And the deadline for us to do our CE every year is June 10th. June 10th, June 10th, June 10th. You need to know this date, not just for your test, but for your real estate career. Remember what we said earlier, you guys. The commission's physical year is July 1st to June 30th. The renewal period is that period that we have to renew our license. So we pay the renewal fee between May 15th and June 30th. The other date that we need to know is our deadline for CE, which is June 10th, every single year. Here's the deal. Education providers are not allowed to offer CE from June 11th to June 30th. The Real Estate Commission has put a blackout period. Nobody can offer, I mean, I could offer CE, but you're not going to get credit for it. We cannot offer credit, provide credit for CE. The deadline of June 10th gives the Real Estate Commission time to process everybody's CE for the year and everybody's renewal fee. Last I saw, there are about 103,000 licensees in the state of North Carolina. There's about 45 people that work at the Real Estate Commission. So they got to put some kind of rules on it, guidelines on it to make sure that they have time to process everything. So June 10th is the deadline for CE every single year. When you wake up on July 11th and you go, oh my gosh, I forgot to do CE, pay your fee. So that way on July 1st, your license is inactive. You pay the fee, but you don't do CE. On July 1st, your license is inactive. So you got 20 days, 19 days to get your affairs together, right? Try to figure out what you're going to do with your business. You won't be able to activate until you can take CE after July 1st. You may or may not find a school that's offering CE in July. I think it's easier now that we're at Zoom. It used to be back in the day, you may be driving to Wilmington on July 2nd, for example. They get to go to Raleigh or something. But now we're on Zoom, so it might be a little easier, but you won't be able to activate until you take that CE. Most schools start offering CE again August or September. So you may have to work to find one that's doing one in July, but you won't be able to activate until you do that CE. So you wake up on June 11th and you say, oh my God, I forgot to do CE. You got some time. You're still active for about 19 days. You can get it closed. You can, make what kind of arrangements, have that seller taken care of, because on July 1st, your license is inactive and you won't be able to practice on an inactive license. June 10th. Y'all, back in my admin day, I was kind of the lane of a real estate school. And I'm telling you, on June 11th, my phone was blowing up. I forgot to do CE. What do I do? Well, first off, breathe. Second off, get it closed. Get it taken care of. Because on July 1st, you're going to go inactive. There's nothing the education providers can do about this. And I beg you guys not to wait until June 10th to take your CE. Because if anything happens, I mean, what if you wake up the morning of June 10th and your internet's out? Or what if you think you're going to go to a classroom and you wake up on June 10th and you have a flat tire? There are no excuses. My suggestion to you, real estate agents across the state will tell you that we tend to slow down a little bit in the wintertime. We start seeing things slow down around Thanksgiving, ramp back up when we think about being warm again, February and March. So you got, I'm not saying real estate stops, I never said that, but it does tend to slow down just a bit, particularly around the holidays. So why not take advantage of that time and knock your CE out then if you haven't already? We do 8 hours of CE each year. There's a 4-hour update course. The update course is the same across the state for all brokers. The update course is the Real Estate Commission's opportunity to tell us the same thing that we need to know. The general update, also known as the Gen Up, is for provisional brokers and full brokers. The broker in charge update is for those that are BIC eligible or designated broker in charge. So make sure you're taking your appropriate update course. In addition to an update course, we also have 4 hours of electives. And an elective class is a topic of your choosing, as long as it's been approved by the Real Estate Commission. And for the elective class, I say take the elective class on things you're interested in learning more about. I'm even going to go out there and venture and say, name a topic, and it's safe to say that there's an elective course about it. You want to learn more about agency, you want to learn more about navigating the contract, you want to learn more about working with buyers and sellers, property management, commercial. Here's a 4-hour elective on mold. Did y'all know there was 4 hours worth of conversation to have about mold? But there is. So my point to you is the elective class, if you have a niche or if you have something you want to learn a little bit more about, 2 birds, 1 stone, right? Try to take advantage of that. You got to do an elective anyway. So find a topic of your choosing. Find a topic that will simultaneously benefit your business.
Ms. Julie,
Yes.
I have a question. I'm just trying to understand the date. So June 30th runs, how can I put this? June 30th all the way to July 1st of the following year. That's how you explain it?
No, this is the CE's year. This is 2022 to 2023. So we're currently in the 22-23 Real Estate Commission year. So it would start July 1st, 2022 and go to June 30th, 2023. Okay, physical year. I'm going to talk about your first year CE in just 1 second. That's my very next slide. Does post licensing count towards CE? Good try, but no. Post give and CE are 2 separate things. They're 2 different departments down at the Real Estate Commission. So in addition to post, that does not give you credit for CE. Do the CE classes cost money? Of course. How much? It depends on the school. Schools can charge various amounts. Can I do the same at the same time CE? You mean, can I do all 8 hours on one day? Sure. All schools offer different schedules. Your update will always be in person. So either live, face-to-face, or on Zoom. Your elective may be in person. They do allow you to take your elective self-paced. If you do your elective self-paced, there will be tests at the end of each section to make sure you're sitting there paying attention. So if you're not in person, if you're not doing your elective in person, they will give you a test just to make sure you're sitting there. How much does Carolina School of Real Estate charge for CE? I honestly do not know the answer to that. You go to Lane's website and check it out after class. Please don't go now. Could the cost for the classes be a write-off? The first year in sales, I highly recommend you guys talk to an attorney and discuss all, not an attorney, no, an accountant, to discuss all the things that you can use as a write-off. I cannot give you tax advice, but what I can tell you to do is talk to an accountant to find out the things that could be a write-off. I will say that CE is part of maintaining your business. So would it be eligible? I don't know why it wouldn't be, but talk to an accountant because there's all sorts of things that you guys can use for your write-off. Questions on 8 hours, June 10th, June 10th, June 10th. This date needs to be up there with like your birthday, right? Very important day. June 10th. I did marry an accountant. That's how I do my taxes each year. That's how I solve my problem. Here you go, honey. Y'all want some good news? Your first year, the first year that you're licensed, you don't have to do CE. So whenever you get your license, your first renewal period, you don't have to do CE. So we're what? It's August now. Let's say you guys get licensed in September. I don't know, pick a date. When do you want to get your license? September 15th. You don't have to do CE by June 10th, 2023. So whenever you get your license, stop and ask yourself, when's my first renewal period? And you don't have to do CE that first renewal period. You guys will only have to do CE starting your second. Now do your head one way or another. Your first renewal period, do you have to pay the fee? Always pay the fee. When in doubt, send the money in. If you've overpaid, they'll send it back. You guys with me? So you're always going to pay the fee. So if you get your license in September, May 15th, you pay the fee, but you don't have to do CE that first year. Can you by choice? Well, of course you can. The thinking is you just got out of pre, you just got out of post. You have the most current information. It's so interesting to me when I take CE, a lot of the topics that we talk about in here appear in CE. You know what the topic is this year? Material facts and agency. Last year it was fair housing. So a lot of these topics that they feel that we need to revisit every once in a while, you're going to kind of start seeing a theme. Hey, I remember talking about that, because they want to keep you guys current. They want to make sure that you have the current information. So the good news is you get your first renewal period off from CE. Always pay the fee. They may grant an extension for a hardship for CE, but y'all please understand, a hardship is not, I got busy and I forgot. A hardship is something like active military deployment. The pandemic, they granted an extension for the pandemic back in 2022 or 2020. They considered that a hardship. But just because you didn't get to it in time isn't considered a hardship. If you think you have a hardship, contact the real estate commission and they'll let you know if they'll grant you an extension. But otherwise, June 10th, June 10th, June 10th. So let's go ahead and mark our calendars. The CE deadline every single year is June 10th. The deadline to renew your license is June 30th. June 10th for CE, June 30th for renewal. Please do not let time get away from you. You get busy, you're working with buyers and sellers. Next thing you know, it's June 9th. I've got to take CE. The sooner you can take it, the better. I had an instructor that liked teaching CE on June 10th because she liked meeting the daredevils out there, the ones that like take risks, like take life to the edge and see. But my girl was so careful, y'all. She would not eat out the night before so she didn't get an upset stomach. She, was usually there, like she gave herself 30 extra minutes in traffic. I mean, she took all the precautions to make sure that she was there on June 10th because she understood the risk that she was taking by teaching. She loved it though. She liked meeting those people that like to live life on the edge and wait till the very last possible moment. Just talking about it makes me nervous. I'll be done with my CE by the end of the calendar year. Easy. Probably done with it before winter. That's just me. Questions on this? CE, June 10th. Renewal period, June 30th. Okay, Let's take a break. We come back. We're just about done with license law and commission rule. We are getting there. So let's take 10. Are we back? Okay. So we're going to take attendance.
Miss Julie, I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So you know how you said from May 15th to June 30th, they can do the license renewal, right?
Correct.
Can you do the CE like anytime before June 10th, but after July 1st of?
Oh, absolutely. So again, most schools start offering CE August or September.
Okay.
So you have the better part of a year to do CE, which is why when you call them on June 9th and say, I got busy and I forgot, they're going to be like, yeah, you've had
More
10
than-
months to do it.
Okay.
You know, you may find a school that will offer it July, but for the most part, schools tend to start offering it August, September, something like that. Give the instructors time to get the material, you know, get ready and prepare their class. So usually we start seeing CE ramp up, like I said, August or September.
And also, do you pay the full 45 every year regardless? Like if we were to join middle of the year, like whatever, or is it prorated, or how does that work?
For you guys, part of your application fee will be that renewal fee. So your first renewal fee will be rolled into when you submit your application. So you won't actually have to send $45 until May 15th, 2023. So it'll be rolled in as part of that 156 that you pay. Good questions. We have taken attendance. So if you're just coming back, please make sure you let me know. If you're not sure, let me know. Other questions? CE? Newbies? Okay. Skipping ahead one more time. 663 is our section on post licensing. Again, the focus on this, you guys good. You got to do 90 hours of post licensing. They break it down into 3 30-hour classes: brokerage relationships and responsibilities, which is just a fancy way of saying agency, contracts and closings, and North Carolina law and rule. You have to do post licensing within 18 months of licensure.
Do you recommend doing
I'm
that?
sorry,
Do you recommend doing that quickly after, or give yourself a minute?
it's up to the individual. How
Because it's
fast
just
are you
more
ready?
focused areas, right?
Yep.
More focused on.
So,
Okay.
Some agents are ready to go as soon as they get their license. They affiliate with a firm and start training and practicing. Some agents want to wait, take a breath, do post licensing. There's no wrong way to do it as long as you do it within 18 months. If you're going to start practicing and working with buyers and sellers, don't let that time get away from you. Some like to do it right away. Some want to wait a minute. Doesn't matter, as long as you do it within 18 months. Again, for post licensing, extensions may be granted for a hardship, but guys, please understand, a hardship is not, I got busy and I forgot, or I got busy and time got away from me. A hardship is serious, major medical issue that you can prove. Active military deployment. Post licensing was, there were hardships granted for the pandemic in 2020. The Real Estate Commission will hound you when it's the renewal period. You will definitely know when they want to collect their $45. They will pester you as June 10th gets close, remind you to do your CE. They do not remind you of this. Every single one of you is going to have a different licensure date. So it's important that you keep up with your 18 months. They're not going to call you in 17 and a half months and say, have you done your post licensing yet? So this is on you guys to keep up with. Failure to do post within 18 months means your license is inactive until you get it complete. So if you're in the throes of a transaction, working with buyers and sellers, and your license goes inactive, you're done. Please do not let this get away from you. Questions on post? License law and commission rule, and I didn't give you the page numbers because I don't want you guys to get bogged down. License law and commission rule also both address timeshares. Who can show me what we remember about a timeshare? What do you remember about a timeshare? Yeah, I see some of you going. You want to do it together one more time? 5, 5, 5, 10. Jazz hands. Not really anything, just help to keep it fun. So what do we know about timeshares? The timeshare, the definition of a timeshare is the right to occupy a unit at least 5 or more separate time periods over at least 5 years. Please note the words at least. What I'm telling you is that 5 is a minimum. So if your test says 10 separate time periods over 10 years, is that a timeshare? Yes, 5 is the minimum. If it says 3 separate time periods over 3 years, is that a timeshare? No, because you haven't met the minimum. Everybody see that? At least. The buyer has a 5-day recession period, which means they have 5 days from contract, take their contract back, rescind it. If they put down any deposits, they'll get their money back. And the monies need to stay in the developer's escrow account for 10 days. If the contract doesn't get terminated, then the developer can transfer that money after 10 days. They can transfer that money from their escrow account to their operating account. And as we've been saying, this is the only time that the real estate commission is going to get involved with matters of money. They have the ability to find a timeshare developer. This is the only person. Request to go back 90 hours within 18 months. We're just talking about timeshares. Everybody good? Unit 2. Unit 2. PowerPoints are in Learn, Test, Pass, and we're recording. I feel like we need to take a big, deep breath. Everybody ready to breathe together? In through the nose, out through the mouth. Feel a little better? Remember to breathe. The other thing, just one more thing to understand about timeshares, and now I am on page 596 and 597. I asked you guys to turn to those pages with me. 596 and 597 has some timeshare definitions. We don't need to know all those definitions. We just need to know a few of them. 596 to 597. The timeshare developer is the individual that is developing and creating the timeshare. The individual or the entity, the business that's creating it. They've developed the timeshare. The project broker is the individual that is managing the timeshare. Think of the project broker as the broker in charge. The project broker is the one that oversees the day-to-day operations of the timeshare. The definition of the timeshare: the right to occupy at least 5 units over at least 5 separate years. There's your definition of a timeshare. The timeshare instrument is the document used to close, transact the timeshare. That timeshare instrument is recorded to protect the interest But the documentation used to create the timeshare. Over on page 597, the timeshare salesperson is the individual with a real estate license that's hired, affiliated with a developer. It has the ability to sell the timeshare units. The timeshare unit is the individual dwelling. A timeshare, you have the right to occupy a unit at least 5 separate periods over 5 separate times. In a timeshare, you're a co-owner. There's 52 weeks of the year, right? You may own a unit with 51 other people. You have the right to go there 1 week out of the year. You're sharing that unit with 51 other people. Unit 2, timeshares are in unit 2. How many years do you think timeshare developers have to retain records? Just guess. How many years do you think they have to retain records? How many years do we have to retain records? We retain records for 3. They follow the same rules that we do. So timeshare developers maintain for three years. How many days does the timeshare developer have to deliver instruments? How many days? How many days do we have to deliver instruments? 3. They follow the same rules that we do. How many days do they have to put the timeshare deposit into their escrow account? To deposit the timeshare deposit in the escrow account? How many days? How many days do we have? 3. You with me? They follow the same rules. Retention of records, delivery of instruments. They too are getting a real estate license. They still follow license law and commission rule. They're just not out. I mean, they're pretty much property managers, right? They're just managing one timeshare. The right to occupy for at least 5 separate times over at least 5 years. And guys, remember what we said back in unit 2. If it meets the definition of a timeshare, regardless of its name. So if you have Holden Beach Resort, if it meets the definition of a timeshare, it will be treated as a timeshare through the eyes of the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. So if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a timeshare. If it meets that definition, it will be treated through the eyes of the Real Estate Commission as a timeshare. Questions? Key point review on page 729. Key point review on 729 sums up about the 300 pages of Appendix A. So I highly recommend, I highly encourage that you spend some time with this key point review on page 729. And then Appendix A also has a student quiz on page 737. There's quizzes in Learn, Test, Pass. Guys, please remember, state-specific stuff it's very precise. So we need to know, get you through that state exam. Questions? Guess what, y'all? We're done. We're not done. Don't you leave this call. But as far as everything I have left to teach you, you now know what I know. Good job. We made it. We're not done yet. Don't you leave. Yep, I can answer. I'll take questions in just a second. Okay, we're good. Y'all want a Kahoot? Our last Kahoot. Oh, okay. This is your license law and commission rule Kahoot. Oh, Lord. License law and commission rule, getting you a QR code. There's your QR code. If you're at the website of the app, there's your game pin. Obviously, you don't have to play, but it's fun. Is Bruce already drinking? Hey, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, right? License law and commission rule Kahoot. Sure. Guys, remember I'm recording, so you can always go back through the recording and do Kahoot on your own time, right? Just make a note on October 25th at about 11:20, so you know where to find it on the recording. Oh, you mean outside of class? Unfortunately, no. The only way I can give you access to this is if I give you my login and password, and I'm not going to do that. So, but you are recording, so you can go back at your own pace. But no, I don't have access to this. There are some real estate Kahoots out there if you just go to Kahoot and search real estate, but I've seen some of those and I don't think they're related to North Carolina. So I don't suggest doing that. Just stick with, when it comes to Kahoot, just stick with me so we don't get ourselves. I don't want y'all out there studying South Dakota real estate law, for example. Let's stay here. Everybody in that wants to play? Y'all ready to Kahoot? There you go. All right. If your phone just went to sleep, wake it up. All right. License law and commission rule. Question number 1. North Carolina Real Estate Commission may take disciplinary action against a licensee who Seven seconds. So they may take disciplinary action against the licensee who has violated license law and commission rule. It looks like we're good with that. But remember, if you have another occupational license, for example, if you are also licensed in the state of South Carolina and you get yourself in trouble with the South Carolina Real Estate Commission, you have to report it and they may take disciplinary action. I'm not saying they are, I'm saying they may. We have a duty to report it. So violation of license law and commission rule, of course, also a conviction, felony or misdemeanor, and disciplinary action from another occupational licensing board that does include other states' real estate commissions. Questions on this one? Okay. So see who got it the fastest. Take another shot, Bruce. Bruce is out the gate. Then Kim. Looks like a little celebratory emoji, Mir, and Shy. Question number 2. A real estate license must be renewed no later than every ten seconds. We should be proud. When do we renew? The latest we have to renew is June 30th, every single year. The renewal period is May 15th to June 30. When we talk about renewing, we're saying you're paying the fee. Paying the fee keeps your license current. Questions on this one? This was a good one. June 30th is the latest we have to renew, 11:59 p.m. They give you to the last possible moment. July 1st is when the new fiscal year starts. The Real Estate Commission's fiscal year starts July 1st and it ends June 30th the next year. So right now we're in the 2022-2023 Real Estate Commission year. They don't operate by calendar year. Let's see. Bruce took another shot, stayed on top. Shy crept up. Devin climbed up. Dara, Kendra. Good. What is the deadline for CE? Six seconds. Yep. CE's deadline is June 10th of every year. June 10th, June 10th, June 10th. CE deadline, June 10th. June 30th is the license renewal. What is 18 months? I can see your mouths move. What is 18 months? Post licensing. 18 months is your time to complete post licensing, and that 18-month clock starts the day you get your license. You'll receive your license in the mail. There'll be a date on it. July 1st is when the fiscal year ends. June 30th is when, I'm sorry, July 1st is when it begins. June 30th is when it ends. June 30th is the renewal period. Questions about your dates. June 10th is CE. June 30th is your renewal. You want an active license on July 1st, 2023? Pay the fee and do your CE. Fee and CE. I don't know about that. They can pretty much update whenever they want to. They try to just update July, but if the general statute, if the North Carolina general statute changes, then they got to update when it changes, right? If the government changes a law, then they have to update. But they try just to stick to form changes and law changes, but they will notify you. Again, if you don't know, it's because you're choosing to ignore email, BIC. You got your head in the sand somewhere. So we got Devin climbed up, Dara, Trinity crept up, Kim came up, she's got a little house there. Haley, Bandit is our highest climber this round. You'll have to tell me in a private chat who you are, Bandit. Question number 4, in North Carolina, all real estate brokers must. Six seconds. Real estate brokers must have the name of the firm and advertising of properties for sale. Otherwise, you have a blind ad. Whose listing is it? Whose listing is it? It's the firm. So you have to include the name of the firms. What's wrong with the blue one? What's wrong with the blue one? I got 4-letter words coming at me. When you see the word current, we're referring to currency. How do you have a current license? You've paid the fee. Do you see how they like to trip you up on your test? I could be easy, but how would I be preparing you for your exam? What's the word current mean? It means you've paid the fee. Current has everything to do with paying the fee. It has nothing to do with education. Do you see what they like to do to you? Questions?
I have a question.
Yes.
All of these were pretty good answers that would have got anybody confused. So I took a guess.
That's why we Kahoot, and that's why we practice. Let's make these mistakes now and not next Tuesday. Fair enough? You got, guys, what have we been saying? Every single word means something. So when you're talking about renewal, license, what is the word current referring to? It's not referring to education. It's referring to if you've shown them the money. Please, when you see the word current, see currency. So this might shake things up a bit. Let's see what we got here. Devin stayed on top. Haley crept up, who's on fire this round. Wayne crept up, Mitch M, Carmen C. Haley's got a streak with 4 right in a row. That's right. Active or inactive. You're active because you did the CE. You're inactive because you don't do CE. You don't do post. You're a PB without a BIC or by choice. Under license law, a provisional broker is authorized to ten seconds. What can a provisional broker do? Good job, you guys. You can list a property for sale as long as what? You're under the supervision of a broker in charge. Nobody, I don't care who you are, can sign a contract on behalf of a client. I hope I got a funny guy in the class. Nobody, provisional broker, full broker, broker in charge, is authorized. We're special agents. And as a special agent, what am I allowed to do? What's my power as a special agent? 0. I cannot sign anything. Provisional brokers can only be paid from their supervising BIC or BICs. You cannot accept money directly from the principal. And you cannot advertise a property just under your name. Why? Whose listing is it? It's the firm's. The firm allows you to work with their seller. The firm allows you to work with their buyer. What questions do I have on this one? That did not budge. U5 stayed put. We know Ashley C is the highest climber this round. He's up 6 places. Last one. How long from receipt does a provisional broker have to deliver trust funds to their BIC? Ten seconds. How long from receipt? Run, don't walk. You cannot walk around as a provisional broker with somebody else's money. How long does your BIC have deposited in the trust account? 3 banking days from receipt or contract formation, whichever happens first. Thank you, everybody, for not saying the green one. That does make me feel good. I'm going by the bank anyway. I'll just put this in my account. It'll be fine. Nobody will care. Yeah. Tricky, tricky. I know. You know what your test has been described as? Tricky, tricky. You gotta know. Questions on this one? All right. Second place. Yeah, hang on. I'm sorry. I've already started. I can't stop. Just 1 second. Our
Okay.
third place winner is Dara. Our second place winner is Mitch M. And our Kahooter this round is Wayne. Fourth, fifth runners up are Devin and Kim. But good job, everybody. It was a good Kahoot. So yes, ma'am, you had a question.
Yes, ma'am. So the provisional broker cannot wait the 3 days after receipt. It is when he handed to his bid in charge, right?
You cannot walk around with somebody else's money. So if your buyer says, here's my earnest money check, can you hang on to this until our contract is formed? You can take it from them, but then you immediately take it to your bid. You cannot walk around with somebody else's money. You deliver it, get it to where it needs to go, point A to point B. The provisional broker must deliver, the full broker may or may not. It's one of your caveats of being a PB. You cannot walk around with somebody else's money. What other questions do I have about this Kahoot? All right, somebody had a question about the 3-day to deposit is up to the escrow agent. The escrow agent has 3 days to deposit it, 3 days from receipt or 3 days from contract formation. The escrow agent can be the firm, the real estate firm. It can be the closing attorney.
Ms. Campbell, this goes for special agent and general agent. If whoever you're representing cannot make it to the closing and they want you to sign documents for them, they can make some type of paper where it's stating that they are giving you permission to sign the documents in their name at this time, at this place. Does that make you a general agent of them then?
No. So for the sales agent, and guys, you're not going to be tested on this, just put your pencils down for a second. For the sales agent, if your buyer or seller can't attend closing, they may allow you a limited power of attorney, which means you only have permission to sign the closing paperwork. They're not giving you full control of their finances, their medical, right? They're not giving you full power of attorney. So it might be if your seller's not going to closing, you're going to deliver their paperwork and the seller may give you a limited power of attorney. So if that paperwork changes, you can sign on their behalf, but that's your attorney involved. Does the agent always go to closing? We talked about that in Unit 21, and you should. Don't you need to make sure that your buyers and sellers receive a closing disclosure? Don't you need to make sure that you're there if you have any questions? I mean, my buyers look at me and say, are you coming to closing? I'm like, are you kidding me? I've been with you for day one. You think I'm going to bail on you now? See this thing out with them, you guys. Of course, if you're a property manager, you're not going to closing. So you're not going to be dealing with closing paperwork, right? You might be able to like sign the lease on behalf, but you'd have to have express permission from the owner to do that. What else? What other questions do we have for now? Somebody asked earlier about the 100% exam and learn test pass. So let me pull that up, and I'm sorry, I don't remember who asked. But again, if we look in the 100% material and learn test pass, you have 100% exam. The suggestion is you take this first, treat this like a real test. It's called exam mode. So treat this, you're not going to get explanations with this. You're going to go through it like a test. The second one of these is the answer for review. So you answer the question, it tells you if it's right or wrong and why. Also, please remember, end of course review. You want to know what's going to be on my test next week? There it is. So please spend time with this PowerPoint. How much time should you allot? I figure 2 minutes per question. So if you're taking practice tests in your book, anything that's doesn't have a timer, learn test pass, just figure 2 minutes per question. Lane's study tips just kind of gives you some pointers, some things that she's learned over the years. So she shared that with you guys. The Real Estate Commission releases exam problem topics. These are things that testing candidates have struggled with collectively across the state. So the Real Estate Commission provides this for you. Ann Rashid is doing your cram course on Saturday, which is a good opportunity to remind me of your cram course on Saturday, 9 to 5. Lane will email you the Zoom link. She's now telling me she wants to do it tomorrow morning. So if tomorrow afternoon you don't have an email from Lane, please reach out to her. Her and I may not be available at 8:59 on Saturday morning to get you guys the Zoom link. So be on the lookout for Lane. Anne has also kindly provided her notes to help you pass the exam. Here's some extra math. Here's another final practice exam. So we got 2 cumulative exams for you guys in Learn, Test, Pass. Let me also find it really quick in your book on page. Let's go back here. Yeah, look with me in your book real quick on page 815. Page 815 gives you some study tips and tricks. We're going to talk about some too in just a second. Over on page 819 is another comprehensive exam. So for you guys wondering what you're going to do this weekend, I got 3 comprehensive exams for you. I have Ann's notes and I have an end of course review. I suggest you take these 3 comprehensive exams like they're real tests. 819. Somebody's asking about that. I don't remember off the top of my head how many's on your state exam. You can look in that relink book. We're getting ready to talk about my exam in just a minute. Yes, cram course is on Saturday from 9 to 5. If you can only come for the morning or a couple hours, attend what you can. This is free. And this is designed to help you pass your tests. What else? The booklet is in Learn, Test, Pass, the welcome section. It's called Real Estate Licensing in North Carolina. This is the book that says, yay, I passed Julie's class. Now what do I do? This booklet also, you remember you guys, it talks about provisional brokers, CE, post-licensing. So this book is another good source for you guys to get the stuff that we just talked about in license law and commission rule. So this book is a good resource. All right, so I kind of told you a fib earlier. We're done with testable material. We still have one more topic that we need to talk about. The topic that and I need to stop sharing for just 1 second, so bear with me. The topic that we need to talk about is, you're not going to be tested on, but it's of my opinion that it is just as important as your testing material. And we need to make sure that we have a conversation about safety. So I don't want to frighten anybody, but you guys are getting into what could potentially be a dangerous business. You're opening yourselves up to the public. And it's so very important that you have safety first, always. There is no amount of commission that is worth your safety. And if you don't believe me, just go ask your family and they will tell you as well. So I got a video from the National Association of Realtors. We're going to watch this and then we're going to talk about it. Again, you won't be tested. Everybody just put your pencil down and breathe. But let's just talk about safety. Let's first watch the video and then we'll have a conversation. You guys give me a thumbs up that you can hear it, please.
As a real estate professional, you are in a unique position that most working professionals never face. In your business, you often share your contact information openly with others, meet unknown clients, and walk through vacant properties, to name a few. It's because of the unique nature of this business that it's critical for all real estate professionals to have personal safety protocols in place that you follow every day, with every client, every time. So what kind of safety protocols should you implement into your daily routine? Here are a few to consider. When meeting a client for the first time, do not meet a new client at a property right away without first having an initial meeting at your office or a public space, like a coffee shop. During the initial meeting, make copies or take photos of the client's driver's license and pre-approval letter for your records. This precaution allows you to keep a record at the office of who your clients are, their information, and a calendar of appointments. When first meeting with a new client, you should discuss the types of real estate they're interested in and walk them through the safety protocols you have in place for all clients. Now you can arrange showings, meet them at properties, and schedule open houses to help them through the biggest financial decision of their life. When viewing a property, it's okay to ask your client to drive separately. This is a safety precaution for you as much as it is for them. Not to mention you might both have appointments to go to before or afterward.
Hey, this is cute.
As you tour a property, walk behind your client. This routine safety measure allows them to see the room first and make their own impressions. Many agents do not go into attics, garages, or basements as an additional safety measure. But encourage your client to look around and let you know what they think. It is a safe practice to only show vacant properties which might not have electricity during daylight hours. This allows you to see what safety hazards may exist, like a loose floorboard or any defects the house may have.
It's got potential.
When holding an open house, advise your clients to board their pets and remove jewelry, family photos, credit card receipts, artwork, prescription drugs, and any other valued possessions from the home in advance of the open house. This is just one way to look out for your client and to keep their property and belongings secure. Keep a record of who entered the house by asking everyone who walks in the door to sign in with their name and phone number or show a photo ID. There is something to be said about safety in numbers. Consider bringing along a colleague when holding an open house. If there are several potential buyers walking through the home, even better to have 2 agents on hand to answer questions and keep an eye on things. Safety is an important part of real estate. Be prepared and follow the protocols and processes that have been put in place to keep you and your clients safe. For more information and additional resources, visit www.nar.realtor/safety.
All right, so let's first open this up for questions. What questions or comments do we have on safety? The comprehensive exam is in your book on page 815. What comments do we have from this video we just watched? Have you guys thought about this yet? Well, while you guys are thinking, I'll tell you one of the #1 questions I get is, can I have my concealed carry? Maybe you have your concealed carry, maybe you're considering getting your concealed carry. Your firm may or may not have a policy on whether or not you can carry in the office. That policy would not apply to when you're out showing property, when you're out with buyers and sellers. If you do not have your concealed carry, you don't want it, you're not comfortable with guns, please, please, please don't do it. If you don't know what you're doing with a gun, don't do it. You're just going to hurt yourself or somebody else. I do think you should have some kind of weapon with you. So if you don't want your concealed carry, get mace. One year for Christmas, I got a flashlight that also serves as a taser. Does it look weird for a real estate agent to have a flashlight? No, but a flip of a switch, now I got a taser. So there's things out there. I also think each and every single one of you should take some kind of self-defense class. And by the way, gentlemen, this conversation also applies to you. Please don't think that because you're a he, you're immune from this. You should take safety protocols as well. So I think we should all take some, you can get a group to go together. Maybe you can have a self-defense instructor come into the office over, for lunch or whatever. But I do think just a basic self-defense class can teach you some things to get away if need be. Like the video said, everything in that video was a suggestion. First off, everything in that video was a suggestion. Your firm or your office may have safety protocols in place. TikTok, they may have safety protocols in place, but I do think each of you need your own personal safety protocols. And guys, please remember, what does fair housing say? What you do for one, you do for all. So if you expect one client to abide by your safety procedures, then all of them. I'll tell you, it's really easy, especially you guys just getting started. I get it. You're at your office and maybe you have phone duty that afternoon. And somebody calls the office and they say, I'm sitting in front of 123 Main Street. Can you come and show it to me? And it's really easy to say, I'm on my way, and throw the phone down and run out the door and go to 123 Main Street. I suggest you having a safety protocol that encourages that person to meet you somewhere. Please don't meet strangers at a house for the first time by yourself. Come into the office, meet me at Starbucks, something. I'm telling you, if they're interested in the property, they'll do what they'll tell you to do. Okay? If their intentions are good. If you're meeting them at Starbucks or the office, we can get their ID. And that we also have a really good excuse, don't we? Don't we have a working with real estate agent disclosure? So can't we kind of use that as our, like, hey, we got something we need to discuss before we get too much further into our relationship. So I'll buy you a Starbucks and we'll go over a few things. And now, again, 2 birds, 1 stone, aren't you? So now not only are you making sure that this person will meet you in a public place, so you can get their information while you're there, go ahead and knock out your working with real estate agent disclosure. If you have to meet somebody for the first time in a home, please take somebody with you. If you don't have another licensee nearby, take an unlicensed family member or friend. Just make sure that you discuss their role with them. If your significant other is going to sit with you on Sunday while you do an open house, they need to understand that they can't be the one discussing with buyers unless they have a license. That makes sense. They're there just to keep you company. Safety in numbers help keep you safe. So can you invite a friend? Absolutely. There's been numerous of times, evenings and weekends, I've gone to show property. My husband has come with me. He stayed in the car. Usually if I treat him to a piece of pizza afterwards, he'll come with me. But he stayed in the car. He doesn't get in my way, lets me do my job. But you know what? They see him there. They see him there. Ooh, we got a Marine Corps self-defense instructor. Bruce, where are you located? Is it common for brokers to get attacked on showings? I don't know about common, but I know it happens. And usually it's when the agent lets their guard down. We get excited about the potential of the next deal and we let our guard down. September, the National Association of Realtors has dedicated September as Agent Safety Month. The reason being there was an agent, I don't know, 8 years ago or so, 10 years ago in Arizona that was raped and murdered by a buyer at a property she was showing them. So in memory of her, the Real Estate Commission takes the month of September to remind all licensees in the country that we need to be safe. But guys, we got to think about it outside of September. It is 365 days every day. Everybody with me? We need, again, you guys, your safety is not worth any amount of commission. You know, I want to make sure at the end of the day, I'm coming home tonight and I'm having dinner with my husband. So I want to make sure when I'm meeting buyers, when I'm meeting sellers, that I'm following these protocols, and that I'm safe while I'm doing it. Attics and basements are not, the video did say that attics and basements are not normally showed. Again, these are all suggestions. The real estate commission says at a minimum, if you're getting ready to list the house, you need to poke your head up there, right? You don't need to crawl through the whole attic crawl space. But as the video said, if you're showing the home to the buyer, you don't necessarily need to go in and encourage them to. But what the point that the video was trying to get through is you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're trapped. So did you guys notice the video said to let them lead? I mean, this serves two purposes. First off, you don't want to get yourself stuck in a second story room where the only way out is the window. But also from a showing perspective, it's really hard for a buyer to imagine themselves living there when I'm standing in the middle of the bedroom going, and here's the bedroom. So by letting them go first, they get the experience of going room to room without me in the way. So you can kind of use that as your excuse, you know, after you, I want you to have this experience. But you don't want to get yourself trapped. You don't want to get yourself trapped in a room, anything like that, where you can't get out. So let them lead. If the basement is finished, can it be tore? Of course, when buyers are seeing properties, they should be able to see everything in the house. They got to take everything into consideration. So if there's a basement, if there's a crawl space, an attic, encourage your buyers to look at that. I'm sure she's trained well. Always know where your exits are. If at all possible, when you're showing property, if you're driving separate, if all possible, don't park in the driveway. I know with all homes, that's not possible. So if you can park on the street, if you have to park in the driveway, try to get them in front of you so that, again, you're not trapped in. Open houses. The video touched on open houses. There's two conversations to have about an open house. We need to talk to our sellers about putting up personal and valuable effects. Guys, at a busy open house, I may not be able to be with every buyer, right? You're opening the front door and encouraging anybody to come in. And it's kind of crazy to think about this, but aren't we kind of sitting ducks when we do open houses? I'm telling the whole world, I'm at this big empty house by myself from 2 to 4, come see me. So we need to take some extra precautions with open houses. So have the conversation with your sellers. Don't put things in drawers because, you know, people can, not everybody's honest. Sometimes at open houses, people go through to scope the joint out. So if you put things up, they may not have reason to come back in the middle of the night and burglar, rob. For me personally, when I do an open house, and I have this conversation with my sellers, but when I'm doing an open house, I stay positioned by the front door. I'm there to greet you and to thank you for coming. I see you coming down the street long before you get there. I'm not going to leave my position. But have your sellers put stuff up. They should be depersonalizing anyway, right? It's easier to sell the house when you're not looking at pictures of their kids. So we should have already talked to them about depersonalizing anyway. But another benefit of that is their safety. If they have their display of rare, collectible, valuable, fill in the blank, a buyer could come in an open house and say, not even a buyer, an individual come in the open house and say, wow, that's nice. I'm going to come back this weekend and take that. Don't give them reason to come back. What else do we think about safety? You want another number one piece of advice I can give you for safety? Always trust your gut instinct. It is there for a reason. That takes us back to our caveman days, doesn't it? If your gut's telling you to run, trust it. Don't ever question it. It's there for a reason. Again, whatever your safety protocol is, what you do for one, do for all. So if you ask one buyer to send a copy of their driver's license, you have to ask every buyer. If that's your procedure. Looks like Bruce gave us some good safety tips. Thank you. You can find those in the chat and download them. Thank you for sharing that. What other thoughts or comments do we have on safety? Like I said, the truth is you guys you're opening yourselves up to the public. You're encouraging the public to call you, to contact you, to reach out to you. Unfortunately, not everybody has good intentions. So you always need to be careful. You guys promise me that? Will you pinky swear me? Julie, I'll be careful. What else? I'll put this link to the video in the chat in case you guys want to grab this video again and watch it later. I think NAR did a good job. Yeah, I think we should have some kind of weapon. If you're not comfortable with a gun, that's fine, but get mace, get a flashlight that serves as a taser. Anything can be used as a weapon. Let's be honest here. You got your keys on you? Anything. So if push comes to shove, my car key, when I do an open house, I have my fob in my pocket. I could set my alarm off if need be, my car alarm. End of course review in the 100% exam material is what you can expect to see on my test. So 100% exam. What's on my exam next week? Other questions on safety? I guess anything.
Julie,
I don't carry a purse when I show property. I try not to, because it's just something else to keep up with. You know, so I'm out with buyers. I try not to have a purse. Guys, by the way, access to the property a lot of time is through e-boxes, electronic boxes, and how I access it is an app on my phone, which means when you're out showing property, you need your phone and it doesn't look weird that it's in your hand, because without my phone, I can't get in. Now, I did not say stay on the phone when you're with buyers, but the fact that you have your phone in your hand doesn't look weird to buyers because we have to have it anyway to access the property. So I think having numbers on speed dial, for example. Yeah, somebody unmuted.
I did. I have a question. It's not about safety, but I was wondering, would you mind going over it's the income capitalization approach? Can you go over another one of those?
I can at the end. So let me hang on to, we're getting ready to go to break and then we're going to talk about the test and then I'll stay on after the call and answer any questions. So yep, give me just 1 minute.
Thank you.
Sure. Do I have a personal and a work phone? I don't. I just have one phone for all, but some agents have two. Personal decision, however you want to handle that.
Miss Julie, are we allowed to have scratch paper to do the math
I'm
problem?
getting ready to talk about the test after break. Okay. All right, let's take 10. I need you guys back in 10 minutes. Because in 10 minutes, we're going to talk about your exam on Tuesday, and I need you guys here. Everybody good? 10 minutes, please be back. We'll talk about the rules and expectations of my exam.
So much. So much. You okay?
All right, we're back. Last little piece. Everything you've ever wanted to know about your test. I know we have a lot of questions. I wanted to say this for the very last thing, so it's fresh in your mind and we can all address our questions and everything together. So cameras are on and I can see you. And I am taking attendance. So I know you are here and paying attention to the exam rules and expectations. So front and center, a couple of your cameras are shifted up some. If I could actually have them on your face. Make sure I can, you need to be front and center. This is how you guys, let's see, Juan, could you adjust your camera down for me some, please? This is how you guys need to look on Tuesday. I have got to be able to see you. So this is a good practice. Good job, everybody. So I'm taking attendance and we're going to have this discussion. My preference is that we have this discussion and then I will open it up for questions. So if you need to type in the chat, I'm not going to address it until we're done. My preference would be that you wait and do questions when we're done. This is one of these that I very well may get to your answers before we're done. So you guys feel this guy's pain? I love this guy. I love this guy. So I think the best thing that we can do is, again, just have the discussion. I know you guys have a lot of questions, but like I said, if you give me just 1 minute, please, it very well may be that I answer your questions before we get to the end, and we got plenty of time at the end to open it up. So is everybody ready? What to expect on Tuesday? This is what this is about, is Tuesday. I am going to log on at 8 o'clock on Tuesday morning. I have to do a check-in process with each of you. I will talk about that check-in process in just 1 second, but I'm going to be here at 8. And I encourage you guys to log on as early as you can. I cannot start the exam until I've checked all of you in. So if I can get you guys to log on early, assist me with the check-in process. I'm not going to lie. The check-in process is tedious. There's about 50 of you and 1 of me. And I got to spend a little bit of one-on-one time. We'll talk about that next, what I'm looking for in the next slide. I need your patience Tuesday morning. This is absolutely a downfall of being online, being on Zoom. Okay, it's going to take time. It's a process. I thank you now for your patience. I will probably thank you 20 more times on Tuesday, because I know it's not the best part, but it's something that we have to do. So with the check-in process, what is it that I'm looking for? The one-on-one time with each of you, I need to see your basic calculator. I need to make sure there's nothing, no formulas written on the front and back. I need to make sure that it's a basic calculator. Has everybody been basic calculator shopping yet? If you haven't, please go today or tomorrow. If you have any questions about what calculator is allowed, ask me before Tuesday morning. You cannot use the calculator on your phone. You cannot use a calculator that stores formulas. So many times you guys show up on test day with a TI-82 and say, well, I don't know how to store formulas anyway. Guess what? That doesn't matter. The fact is your calculator can store formulas, whether you know how to use it or not. Thus, I cannot let you. So I need to see front and back what calculator you plan to use for the test. Bring a pen or a pencil, purple crayon, I really don't care. Some kind of writing device, writing tool. You will start with 2 blank pieces of scratch paper. Note the word blank. Scratch paper needs to stay blank until the exam begins. Once the exam begins, you can write formulas, you can spit things out that you're memorizing, but it must stay blank until we begin. So if you check in with me at 8, you keep it blank until we begin the test. We start with 2 blank pieces of paper. If you need more, I will allow you to get more. We will talk more about that in just a second. The reason I say 2 is because if you're going to go to PSI Testing Center in person, they will start you off with 2 pieces of paper. Remember, a big part of my job is preparing you for that state exam. So we can have 2 blank pieces. Again, if you need more, I'll let you get it. Just give me a second. If you're on a laptop or a tablet, I need to see your space. I need you to shift it up and show me that your space is blank. Obviously, if you're on a desktop, you can't do that. So if you're on a desktop, it's like right hand, Julie, I promise you, I have nothing on my desk that'll constitute as cheating. So if at all possible, I need to see a good empty space, everything put up. I'll let you have drinks, snacks, cough drops, mint, gum, whatever. I just need to see it. PSI will not, but I will. Also, as part of the check-in, I need to see your textbook and all of your notebooks, and I need to know where you're putting it. Julie, here's my book. I'm going to put it right here, and it stays closed throughout the entire exam. Why do I want your books with you and your notebooks with you? Because I allow you guys to take bathroom breaks. And I need to make sure that your book is not in the bathroom. I need to make sure that your notes are not in the bathroom. This is a huge honor system, yes? I also need you, excuse me, to show me that your phone is off. So you're going to click the button and show me that it doesn't light up. Guys, please turn your phone off before you get here. It blows my mind how long it takes us to show me turning your phone off. So please turn your phone off before you get here, hit the button and show me that it doesn't come on. Can we all agree there's a difference in off and silent? So that's why I need to make sure that when you hit the button on the side, it does not light up. This is the one-on-one, me and you, one-on-one, little check-in process. Once you're checked in, you're in. So again, those of you that come at 8, thank you very much. I need your patience because I got to get everybody checked in. So this is what we're looking for. This is our one-on-one time. Some of you have virtual backgrounds in this class. Some of you are in dimly lit spaces. Some of you have that filter on your camera where I can't see behind you. It's like blurry. All that needs to be turned off for test day. I need to see what's behind you because I need to make sure there's no body behind you giving answers. So I need to see you. Virtual backgrounds are off, lights are on. Again, a couple of you, I'm seeing that right now, and that's fine. I don't have a problem with it during class, but on test day, I need to see what's behind you. For the exam, you're going to have 2 tabs open on your computer. So you're going to log on to Zoom like you always do. Once you log on to Zoom, you can close out your email. Okay. When we get ready to begin the exam, I will put the link for the exam in the Zoom chat. And when you click on that class marker link, it will open the class marker website. So again, you guys, this is an honor system. Don't give me reason to suspect. 2 tabs are open on your computer. The Zoom tab, so I can watch you, and the class marker tab, so you have access to your exam. Everything else needs to be shut down. By the way, I think I've mentioned this. I'm going to have help next Tuesday. Anika Bartley is an instructor here with Carolina School of Real Estate. She actually does post licensing. So you'll get to meet her, give you a little carrot, go see Anika in post. She's going to help me monitor you guys. All of your cameras are going to be on. You and I will not see Anika. We're going to watch you take the test. I'll show you in just a second the format that your computer will be in, show you how you can minimize Zoom. I don't need you guys getting distracted with your peers. It's not your job to watch your peers. That's mine and Anika's job. So you can minimize Zoom and just focus on your class marker without any other distractions. Once the exam begins, I am your only friend. The only person you can communicate with is me. And the only way that you can communicate with me is through direct message, direct chat. You guys notice you've been sending me direct messages. Isn't that been good practice? The only way you can communicate, if you need to leave in front of your bathroom, in front of your camera for any reason, you've got to tell me in a chat. Once I get you checked in, you're in. You cannot leave in front of your camera without telling me. Julie, I have to go to the bathroom. Julie, I need another blank scratch piece of paper. I'll ask you to show me front and back. Julie, I got to get water. Julie, I got to adjust the thermostat. I've heard it all. Not really, but I've heard a lot. Is everybody good with that? You cannot leave your camera without telling me in a direct message. You will never, ever, ever unmute yourself. If you unmute yourself, you've distracted your peers, and I do not tolerate distracting your peers well. That was the case in person, and it so much is in the case on Zoom as well. A lot of you have worked hard to be here, and I'm going to do everything I can in my power to make this a distraction-free zone. I am the only person you can communicate with once the test begins. And the only acceptable way to communicate with me is through a private message. Once we begin, like I said, I get everybody checked in as close to 9 as we possibly can, The earlier you guys come in, the better chance we have to getting everybody checked in and started by 9. Once we get everybody checked in, I'll put the class marker link in the Zoom chat. You can click on it or copy and paste. It'll open your exam. For those of you that did the midterm, you've had experience with that. Remember in your email from Lane that you used to click on my Zoom link, you have a class marker tutorial. Once you begin, you get 4 hours. Once you click on the link, you get 4 hours. Passing is 75%. Either way, you will see your results immediately. You will see your results on the screen. You and I will both get an email. So you'll get an email from Class Marker with your results. You'll receive them right there. Guys, when you're done, once you see your results, you're done. You don't have to hang around. You don't have to wait. Once you see, you don't have to communicate with me because I'm getting your results as well. So you don't need my permission to release you. Okay, so once you're done, you click submit, you see your results, you can go. We will be in touch. I'll get to that in just a second. So I give you the class marker link for the exam, put it in the Zoom chat, you click on the link and you get started. Once you click on that link to get started, you're going to see something that looks just like this. You guys please take a minute or two to read this right now, please. I hope we're reading and not typing in the chat, please. This is important. You cannot use any this is not open book. You can't use any notes. You can't use any assistance, may it be print, other people, social media, online. By clicking on this, you agree to these terms. If I have reason to suspect you, I'll remove the test from you and I will let you take it up with the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. I'm not going to deal with it because we've had this conversation right now. Lane probably isn't going to deal with it because she knows I'm having this conversation with you. So we're going to let you go straight to the North Carolina Real Estate Commission and let them deal with it. Is everybody clear on this? You'll see this again. Can't hurt you to look it over one more time when you get to the test, but I think it's important that we see it now. Once you click on start, I'm getting there. Once you click on start, you'll put in your name and your email address. The email address you put in is where you want your results sent. So whatever email you want to receive the results. And once you enter your information, you start your exam. Again, if you did the midterm, it's the same format. So that gave you a little bit of practice. You see one question per screen. You can go back and forth, one question at a time. If you read a question and you're not sure of the answer, you can bookmark the question to go back to it. There's a link on every screen that says see all questions. And when you click on that link, it'll tell you which ones are answered, unanswered, or bookmarked. So if you bookmark things, then you can click on see all questions to see what you need to go back to and address. I think each and every single one of you should click on see all questions before you submit. Make sure everything says answered, because if it's unanswered, you're not going to get any credit for it. So the very last thing you do is click on see all questions and make sure everything says answered. Each page also has a countdown clock from 4 hours. You get 4 hours. Some students may be stressed out by working with the clock. So I will let you have like a little Post-it or a piece of tape or something if you want to cover that clock up. I will let you do that if that's a concern to you. I don't need time to get away from you guys though. So if you want to cover that to reduce your stress, that's fine, but you still need to keep half an eye on it. Is everybody good with that? Because you only get 4 hours. So once that 4 hours is up, so you go through question to question. I seriously recommend you read a question. If you know the answer, you answer it, you move on. If you read a question and you don't know the answer, bookmark it so you know what you need to come back to. Always bookmark the math so you can save the math for the very end. That's what'll take you the longest. And of the math, that mini closing disclosure, how much does the buyer have to bring to closing, will take you the longest. So save the math for last, your mini CD for the end of the math. You can answer it and bookmark it, or you can leave it unanswered and bookmark it. You actually bookmark it. So again, if you leave it unanswered, it'll tell you. If you bookmark it to come back to it, it'll tell you. When you pass, passing is 75%. When you pass, be patient. We got to wait for everybody to finish before Lane can reach out to you guys. Okay. So I'm going to guess at some point on Tuesday, Lane will be in touch with you. She'll send you further instructions, and that will include your certificate of completion. The certificate of completion is the last piece you need to complete your application on the Real Estate Commission's website. If you're not ready to submit your application just yet, keep the email from Lane. Maybe you're ready to do it today. Maybe you want to wait a month, whatever. Keep that email from Lane. Your certificate of completion is good for 3 years. So keep that email from Lane, and y'all check your spam. Sometimes Lane winds up in your spam. I don't know why, but check your spam. So if you pass, Lane will be in touch. If you don't pass, but you make at least a 50%, you are eligible for the retake. That date has been Friday, September 2nd. It's B-E-R, spell September. From 9 to 1. The rules for the retake are the same. If you make at least a 50%, Lane will be in touch. If you don't make a 50%, you're not eligible for the retake, and Lane will be in touch. So what I'm telling you is, one way or another, when you're done with that exam on Tuesday, Lane will be in touch with you. Pass, eligible for the retake or not, you're gonna get something from Lane. Y'all just please be patient with her. Lane's a busy girl. There's like 50 of you and one of her. Y'all start calling her and saying, when am I gonna get this? Now she's not doing what she needs to do because she's answering phone calls from you guys. So please be patient with Lane. I promise you she will be in touch. One question that always comes up, and sometimes it happens: what if we lose internet? What if we lose power? What if? Right before I give you the link for the exam, everybody's blank scratch paper is still blank. Yes, because we haven't started the test yet. So your blank scratch paper is still blank. Right before I give you the link, I'm going to put my cell phone number in the chat. And I want you to write down my number on your blank piece of paper. So if you lose power during the exam, if you lose internet, all you got to do is breathe and call me. We will get through it. I've been doing this almost 3 years now online. So while this may be a new experience for you, we've gotten through it. I can't control your internet. I can't control your power grid. I can't tell you what might go wrong on Tuesday. But what I do know for a fact is that we will get through it. So you'll have my phone number on your scratch piece of paper. If your power goes out, just call me. I will make Anika co-host. So if my power goes out, you still got her. You still have her on board. So, and you guys saw what happened today. I didn't plan that, by the way. But my power blipped. I disappeared. You guys stayed put, right? So if I go away, if I lose power, I'll get back to you as soon as I can. But you shouldn't lose the test. If you do, we will get through it. That's one thing I don't have is a crystal ball. I cannot tell you what may go wrong. But what I do know is we will get through it. You guys have got to remember to breathe. Don't call me in a panic. Call me breathing. I gave a test once during a nasty thunderstorm. You know what? We got through it. Everybody finished. It was all good. May I offer you some pointers before I open it up for questions? Some tips and tricks, suggestions, if you will. The best thing I can offer you is to remember to breathe. When you see a test question, you go, oh my God, I've never seen this before in my entire life. Stop. Close your eyes, take a second, big deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth. Take a few seconds to get yourself grounded again. Remember to breathe. In addition to breathing, I need you to read. Breathe and read, read and breathe. Read the question and the answers. every single word means something. How many times have we cahooted and you guys have said, I knew that, I just read it too fast? Come on, how many times? I know who you are. How many times has that happened? Read and breathe. Breathe and read. Do not. I know we're all guilty of this. By the way, I can't see everybody and I don't understand why. I'm assuming you're sitting here getting the rules and expectations. Do not change your answer unless you are absolutely sure that it's wrong. How many times have we done that? You changed the right answer to wrong. Stop it. Stop it right now. Don't change it unless you're like 5,000% sure that it's wrong. If you read it and you don't know it right away, bookmark it. Do not change your answer. Again, you want to go back through and make sure you didn't skip anything. Click on that See All Questions to make sure everything says answered before you submit. I suggest you save the math for last because that's what'll take you the longest. Remember, we said the math alone can't fail you. So if you don't get to answer the 8 or 10 math questions, I don't remember. If you don't get to answer the 8 or 10 math questions, at least you've answered everything else. I don't want you running out of time because you spent too much time on the math. You got to keep half an eye on that time. Take your time, but watch your time. That's why you have the countdown clock. Unfortunately, if I need to communicate with you guys, the only way I have to do it is to unmute myself. I will try to do so gently so I don't startle you. But for those of you that are here with about 10, 15 minutes left, I will unmute myself gently and just tell you to keep an eye on your time. So I'll help you watch that clock. And when I see we're getting down to the end, between now and Tuesday, don't spend all your waking hours studying. You got to put the book down at some point. If all you do between now and Tuesday is study, you're going to be over it before you ever start. Put the book down, go do something else. You still need to study. I need you guys all at some point Monday night to put the book down and get a good night's sleep. At some point on Monday night, you've got to know that you know what you know. You know? Get a good night's sleep. What's mama tell us? Get a good night's sleep. Eat a light breakfast. Don't listen to your tummy grumble the whole test. Don't go to Golden Corral breakfast buffet, but get you a nice light breakfast. And above all, Carolina School of Real Estate, we absolutely wish you guys the best. We wish you success. Anything we can do to help with your success along the way, that's why we're here. That's what we do. My exam has 112 questions. 112 times 75% means you got to get 84 right. 75% is passing. Thank you. All right. Now let's open the exam up for Q&A. I'm here all weekend to answer questions as well. Guys, please understand, once I give you that link, I cannot answer questions anymore. Me answering questions is over once you start your exam. So let's see, when you check in, do you stay on Zoom until, yes, you stay on Zoom until you are done with the exam. So again, once you do your check-in with me, you're in. And once you're checked in, if you leave in front of your camera for any reason, you have to tell me in a private chat. Everybody good with that? Once you're in, you're in. But I can't have all of you coming on at 9. We're not going to get started till 10 something. So I need you here as early as you can so we can get started on time. Of course, you can have drinks, snacks, gum, whatever. I'll let you, PSI will not. So just keep that in the back of your mind. Can you use a little whiteboard? Sure, I'm fine with that, as long as I see the front or back. And as a matter of fact, if you're doing PSI online, they won't let you do scratch paper. PSI online will only let you do a little whiteboard. So once you get, that's right, once you get your certificate of completion from Lane, you have 3 years to pass your state exam. Remember, each application and background check is good for 6 months. So if you don't pass within 6 months, you have to submit a new application, but you can keep doing that for 3 years. I'm not going to take a break. If you need to go to the bathroom, you tell me in a chat. Julie, I'll be right back. We don't take designated breaks during class. I do allow you to take bathroom breaks. You just got to communicate with me. If you're taking your PSI test online, they don't let you take bathroom breaks. So again, something for you to consider if you go in person or online, but I will let you take a bathroom break. You just got to tell me. Is everybody good with that? Don't you disappear from your camera without me not knowing where you are. What else? Another thing you all get from Lane at the end of this class is a link to take a survey. It is anonymous. I appreciate your feedback for me and the school. That's how we grow. That's how we provide a better class for the next group and the group after that. So your feedback is absolutely valuable to us. Yes, thank you. So on Tuesday, I will not be sharing my screen. So on Tuesday, your screens are going to look similar to this. You guys see your peers? You guys see everybody? Say, hey guys. So what you want to do on Tuesday to minimize distraction, you guys look at the top right and you got the little dash to minimize. When I minimize my Zoom screen, it gets down to one person. So for example, if I minimize, I am just looking at Holly. Hey, Holly. So now that I'm just looking at one person, I can kind of take that and just move it, tuck it off to the side so you're not distracted by that one person. Again, you guys don't need to be watching Zoom. That's mine and Anika's job. You guys can just watch your test. So this will be the format. Thank you for reminding me. This will be the format of the test. Everybody see what I'm talking about? You can minimize it and just kind of tuck it off to the side. The only time you need Zoom is if you need to tell me that you're getting ready to leave in front of your camera. Yep, go ahead and check your direct message. We may do a test on direct message just to me on Tuesday. If I'm not mistaken, when you guys click on the 2 in the chat, it should just say everyone or me. Yes? Okay, good. So don't message everyone that you're going to the bathroom. Just message me. Again, you need more water. You need more scratch paper. Scratch paper, I'll say, show me blank. And in blank, you'll show me front and back. And I'll give you the thumbs up. You're going to start with 2 pieces. If you need more, just send me a chat and let me know. What else? Does that answer all those burning questions about your test? Again, you guys, if you think of something later, I'm around all weekend. I'm around Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. As you're studying test questions, please do not be shy. Never hesitate to reach out to me. Questions stop when the exam starts. So take advantage between now and then as you're studying this weekend. As far as I'm concerned, we're done. If you want to go, you're welcome to go. I know I've had a request to go over income capitalization approach again. So if you want to stay on and hear that, I will. If you have other questions, please feel free to stay on. We'll address those. Tuesday's a different feel. Patience, log in early, and please be patient with me. I know it's tedious. It is what it is. Okay. All right. Y'all have a good weekend. If you want to go, if you want to stay and do income capitalization approach, otherwise we'll see you guys Tuesday morning.
Miss Julie,
Yes.
just real quick. I just want to make sure I'm right on this. Under the licensing, where you've got the 3 classes to take. In my book, it's saying 3 years. That's the old information, correct? It's
Correct.
18
We-
months.
We
So I
changed
need
that
to
to
change
18
that in my
months,
book.
correct.
I just want to
Yes.
make sure. Thank you.
Yes, sure. All right, so income capitalization approach. Income capitalization approach is one method that the appraiser can use to help them determine value. So remember, we talked about 3 different approaches that the appraiser can take: sales comparison approach, cost approach, and income capitalization. So that's an appraiser tool. Income capitalization approach, help them determine value. An income capitalization approach is the best approach for the appraiser when they are trying to put value on properties that produce an income. So rental properties, apartment buildings, retail centers, office parks, anybody that pays rent, you're producing an income. And the theory behind the income capitalization approach says that the value of the building is dependent on how much income does it collect, how much rent does it collect. So the appraiser can use that information to help them determine, help them arrive to their opinion of value. And the thing about the income capitalization approach is knowing our formula. So the appraiser looks at the PGI, the potential gross income. That is what is the most income I can collect on this income producing property. All of my tenants pay rent all the time. So what is the most rent I can collect? 100% occupancy, 100% of the time. From the PGI, we deduct vacancy and collection losses. You may have a unit that's vacant for a month or 2. You may have to take a tenant to court, have them evicted. That costs money. Once you deduct that from your PGI, you're left with your effective gross income. The PGI is the dream. EGI is the reality. So how much can you collect versus how much are you actually collecting? From that, we deduct our operating expenses, real property taxes, homeowners insurance, maintenance fees, management fees, marketing fees, advertising. For our purposes, anything would be considered an operating expense except the investor's debt service. And what is their debt service? Consists of 2 pieces. Debt service is your principal and interest. So that monthly debt service, or annual, remember this problem was solved annually. That monthly debt service is not including in operating expenses. Once you deduct your operating expenses from your EGI, you have your net operating income. And the net operating income is the last piece we need to help the investor determine their capitalization rate. The appraiser may be looking for value. The investor is looking for their capitalization rate. Remember, their capitalization rate is just their rate of return. To the investor, the capitalization rate tells them how long before I can get my money back. If I buy this property, how much rent do I have to collect before I can get my money back? How long? The problem is going to give you the value or the cap rate. It's going to ask you for the other, and then it will give you the information that you need to find the net operating income. So please remember, this is always solved annually. So when they give you monthly rent, you need to times by 12 to get annually. It's always solved annually.
Thank you
Cool.
so much, because I wrote
course.
it down on a flashcard and I looked at it going through my notes and my mind just said, what?
What?
So I, I was like, wait a minute. I know she went over this, but wait a minute. My mind just needed to pop it out. I could not
course.
get it.
Of course. Poor Violet eats Oreos nightly. I think what that does is it tells us what order to put this formula. Poor Violet eats Oreos nightly. What's another one I heard? Please vacuum each office nightly. I don't care. Again, what that does is tell you the order to put this formula. The GRM, that's just your sales price divided by rent. So what the GRM does, remember, if you're an investor and you're thinking about buying an investment property, you may not know the rent. You may not know the operating expenses. So for an investor, they might use the GRM, or the gross rent multiplier, to help them determine how many months or how many years before I get my money back on this investment property. Cap rate is the capitalization rate. The cap rate is the investor's rate of return. How fast can I get my money back? How many years is it going to take me? That's what the investor cares about, right? Me. So how long before I can get my money back? Investment property is not uncommon to not be making money at first. Investment property, it's not uncommon to be in the negative at first. So the investor cares about how fast before I start making money, understanding they may have a few years of negative. What else we got? This is big free for all. Related to the test, not related to the test, thoughts on life, what y'all want to talk about?
I think that was it for me, but I'll see everybody Tuesday. Y'all have a good weekend.
Okay. Let me know if you have any other questions this weekend, Rhonda.
I will. Thank you.
Yes, we are still recording, so be careful what you say. You thought you were going to blurt something out. Bye. Have a good weekend. Which is good, because then you guys can come back. You can, if you have something you don't want on record, send me a text or an email after class. Tricky. I hate to say, I really don't like saying that they like to trick you. I don't want you guys thinking that the real estate commission is trying to trick you. What they are trying to do is make sure that you have a really good understanding of this stuff before they give you a license and let you work with their public. I mean, why are they going to give you a license if you don't understand agency? You guys with me? So this is why we gotta. So is it tricky? Maybe, but guess what? Dealing with buyers and sellers can be too. So we need to know, that's why they test you. Sole practitioner. Sole practitioner is a one-man firm, a one-man entity, I should say. If you're a sole practitioner, the question that we need to focus on about a sole practitioner is whether or not a sole practitioner requires a broker in charge. So do I have to designate myself as broker in charge, or do I have to hire a broker in charge as a sole practitioner? So if you choose to go out as a sole practitioner, you don't need a BIC if you're not going to maintain a trust account, you're not going to have any brokers affiliated with you, and you're not going to advertise or promote your services. As a sole practitioner, if you're going to do any of those three activities, then you have to have a designated broker in charge. And I think the one that gets agents, the one that trips us up, is the advertising your services. Because as a sole practitioner, You can't go out there and promote the fact that you are a licensed agent. So as a sole practitioner, your only business comes from referrals, those that should reasonably know that you have a license. Now I'm trying to find it. Of course, I can't. It's like a kid, right? I can't find it when I need it. Here it is. So again, for our purposes, the question, what we need to know, does a sole practitioner need a designated broker in charge? And the answer is no, as long as they don't have a trust account, they're not advertising, and they don't have anybody affiliated with you. If you do one of these things, now you got to have a designated BIC. Maybe you designate yourself, or maybe you bring somebody on board to designate. You guys will get more information on this when you do post. So just one thing at a time. Whatever works, right? And that goes back to my don't spend your entire weekend studying. So going to church would be a great break. And you can pray on Monday and you can pray on Tuesday morning. You pray right now if you want to. So there you go. Sometimes I fear you guys don't breathe. Or if you are, you're like labor breaths. We're not giving labor here, guys. Big, deep, soothing, calming breaths. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Y'all want to go to yoga tomorrow with me? Yep. I don't know what my yoga instructor would do if I showed up with the 50 of y'all. Like, we're here. Absolutely. If I can help with anything this weekend, y'all, this is not the time to be shy. If I can help with anything this weekend, y'all, please let me know. Have a good weekend. O23L. O23L. Oxygen. O2. That's an acronym. I don't know. It's not real estate related. 3 liters of oxygen. Is that what you're supposed to breathe when you're? I got you. I got you. Yeah, I don't speak medical. I'm one of those people that get queasy watching surgery on TV. So there's a reason I'm not in the medical profession. I know it's fake, but I'm still like, whoa.
Like HGTV, that ain't real.
I can't watch that stuff. When you do it every day, and that's exactly what happens when you start watching, like, that's not real, Why did they do their agency disclosure first? I mean, you just know that this stuff is I had a student call me once, bless her heart, she was watching Beetlejuice. And there's a real estate agent in Beetlejuice. And apparently she didn't agree with the way the agent conducted herself. And I said, you know what? Good for you for seeing that. Good for you for being able to apply what you've learned into everyday life, such as Beetlejuice. I thought that was great. Yeah, I see all of you in post licensing. Like I said, you guys will get to meet Anika On Tuesday, she only does post. So definitely look forward to seeing you guys in post. Thank you. Carolina School of Real Estate also offer CE. Just throw that out there too. Absolutely. Have a good weekend.